get-ups, gimmicks, one-hit wonders that don't stick. Pretty boys, acting tough, boy bands, give it up. And if it looks good on TV, it'll look good on a CD. Shape it up, trim it down, who gives a damn about how it sounds? I don't think Waylon done it that way. And if he was here, he'd say, Hoss, neither did Hank. I ain't dogging what you're doing, but boys, come on, let's get real. You still got a lot of food left to fill. You say you're the real deal, but you play what nobody feels. You sing about Johnny Cash, the man in black would've whipped your ass, and I don't think Waylon done it that way. And if he was here, he'd say, Hoss, neither did Hank. I ain't dogging what you're doing, but boys, come on, let's get real. You still got a lot of food left to fill. Here we go. So long till I see you again. When you're laying in the bargain bin. Well, I don't think Waylon done it that way. And if he was here, he'd say, Hoss, neither did Hank. I ain't dogging what you're doing, but then again, hell yes I am. I just don't give a damn. 'Cause you still got a lot of food left to fill. I guess we all got a lot of food left to fill. That's right.
presented by the Barndominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Part of the Chief Sports Network. Let's go Gamecocks!
He'll be fire on the mountain. Consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good. It's gone.
He's in. Touchdown. Williams with a throw to the plate.
He's going to score. It's a walk-off.
Touchdown, South Carolina.
All right, greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home inside the Gamecocks, the morning show built by Arndo Co. and presented by our friends at Resto Pros, who are there when you need them always. Resto Pros of the Midlands, Resto Pros Midlands, SC.com. The official tailgate snack is Game Day Nuts. Head to GameDayNuts.net or pull up the Chief Sports app and get those Game Day Nuts ordered for the holidays. It's a great snack for those who are waiting for the turkey to be done. More on that later. And it's a great gift this holiday season. Maybe I'm giving somebody, Justin, an idea somewhere. They know somebody in like Ohio or New York or something like that. Man, I sure do miss boiled peanuts. I have a solution. GameDayNuts.net. You send them the at-home kit. Voila. There you go. That is Justin Hall. He is, of course, with Four Quarter Friday. They'll be on the air tomorrow, the middle of the high school football playoffs. We got basketball season cranking up, and we're going to crank up something else here in just a few minutes. His partner in crime, not related though, Steve Hall, will be here, and so will somebody else, a gentleman by the name of Scott Early. He is the executive director for the South Carolina Athletic Coaches Association, and we are going to team up with them and make it bigger and better than ever before. We'll tell you more about that coming up here in just a few minutes. We do have Hale today at 10:30. We got Perry at 11 o'clock. And then all of you Thanksgivingers, like myself, like Mr. Hall, and so many others, we have a gentleman, another Hall, by the way, by the name of Preston Hall.
We're taking over.
Who is going to stop in. He's got a company that is a certified SC grown Palmetto State homegrown business. It's called Porch and Pit, and he has a product that you can use this holiday season to brine your turkey. I've already tried it. This will be used on next week's turkey. It's called Sweet Jesus. It's got a pretty sweet logo, by the way. I don't know if anybody can see that.
Oh, yeah. That's a pretty cool logo.
This is maybe the best brine I've ever had in my life. And we were scared to death. It's out of beautiful Columbia, South Carolina. And we were scared to death because this year, Carrie and I have to make the turkey for 25, 26 people in our family. And we said, oh, crap. What if we screw this thing up? Well, I already did a trial run, and if that is any indication, not only will we not screw it up, we will be asked to make the turkey every single year.
There you
go.
So
this guy is going to come tell you about this just for a few minutes today before we do our Fab Five stuff. We will talk plenty of South Carolina athletics, in case anybody was wondering. Derek Scott will actually join our preview show tomorrow from the Greenbrier up in White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia. Good morning, Justin.
Good morning, JB. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, that's the ties that bind are deep when it comes to that brine. I heard about it a couple weeks ago. Steve was telling me about it, and I'm pretty excited about that. I don't have the pleasure of doing the turkey for we do a Thursday and then a Friday. My wife's side of the family, all like 80 of us, get together on Black Friday, and we do about I think there are 3 different turkeys going. One of them's a jalapeno turkey. I don't get the pleasure of doing that one or cooking the turkeys. I'm thankful for no stress there. I'm mostly the one, my wife and I, handling the casseroles and some desserts that we need to bring, and this, that, and the other. So it's a
Do you have
fun.
do you have a signature item? Do you have a
My
signature?
my wife's green bean casserole is the greatest green bean casserole I've ever tasted in my life. I'm a big green bean casserole guy.
Is it green beanie or is it more souffle, like easy to eat, or is it very stringy green beanie?
No, it's more souffle.
Okay.
It's not super stringy. The key is not to use any frozen green beans or what they would
Absolutely.
consider fresh green beans. You just get the can. Just get the can, folks. French style specifically. Not going to give too many secrets away, but it's really good. My wife's pecan pie is the best I've ever had too.
Okay.
So I'm lauding the compliments today. But no, Thanksgiving's my favorite holiday. I love it more than Christmas. I really do.
It's my favorite day of the year.
Day.
My favorite holiday is no doubt Christmas because
Sure.
of the season.
Sure.
But Thanksgiving, I'm with you. We have a neighborhood run, and I don't run, so I just watch them all and yell at them. But the night before, one of my favorite things to do is watch the Saturday Night Live Thanksgiving special. It's just so hilarious.
Yeah.
And then wake up and relax. Like that is literally the only day where I don't have anything to do. I'll put the turkey in probably around 4 or 5 in the morning, and that's it.
Yep. And you're done.
That's it, man. We're done. We'll sit there and watch TV, and then we'll go and watch football and eat and relax, and then Friday head to Columbia. I'm with you. I think Thanksgiving is the greatest day of the year, and we have so much to be thankful for in our family, and we really celebrate it that way.
Yeah, it's a great day. We watch the parade and just hang out, and then we do a 2-day. I mean, like I just said, ours is a 2-dayer. So Black Friday is basically Thanksgiving part 2 for me, and that side of the family has Gamecocks, Tigers, dogs, and we're watching football downstairs in the man cave while everyone else is playing outside. Do a football game in the afternoon, and I go for a run on Thursday morning just to ensure that I can really just use a lot of liberality when it comes to eating the next 2 days. So really excited about that. I don't know if I'm as excited to talk about Gamecock football. I think we have to though. But I'm not exactly keyed up about it, but look forward to having some insights today as they take on the Shots in 48 hours.
No doubt. A very refreshing press conference yesterday with Mike Furry. If you didn't get a chance to listen to it, it was something really we haven't heard, and that's no really disrespect to Mike Shula. It just wasn't vanilla. Some guys are just really vanilla, and they just don't. They've done this, for God knows how long, and they don't really care to get up there and talk. It's just something to check off, a box to check, if you will. Mike Furry was very open and honest about himself, about his offense, about his players, about the results of the first half, about the result of the second half, about the result of the game, and potentially about the results of the rest of the season. I thought it was something that folks around here have longed listened for and really probably haven't gotten a whole lot of, not necessarily insight, Justin, but more along the lines of matter of fact, like, hey, look, I know you all saw it. Let me give you a little bit of a deeper look into what you saw. Maybe I should have done this a little bit differently. I wasn't happy with how I did this. And our guys did that. It's funny when you actually listen to coaches. I know we got to get to our guests here in just a moment. But when you actually listen to coaches and then you pair that with what you thought, sometimes you were so wrong. Like there were so many people this weekend. Well, they just took their foot off the gas in the second half, which that wasn't true at all. We'll talk to Perry about that here in a little while. He said it yesterday. He's like, actually, if anything, I was probably too aggressive. I probably should have dialed it back a little bit and run some clock and reestablished ourselves on the ground and got this thing wound down to where we needed to get it. But we'll get to more of that here in just a minute. All right. Do we have Scott and Steve in, Phil, or are we still waiting? Oh, we are. Okay. All right. Perfect. All right. Everybody knows Steve and Justin are the Hall boys, but again, they're not related. They will be on tomorrow morning, 4-Quarter Friday, part of the Chief Sports Network. You all should know Scott Early, though. He is the executive director of the South Carolina Athletic Coaches Association. It is a wonderful group of people that do wonderful things, and we are more than honored to be partnering up with them moving forward. We'll tell you more about that here in just a second. But Scott, good morning, my man. How are you?
Good morning. I am great, and I hope you are.
Well, we're a week from Thanksgiving. It doesn't get, we were Justin and I were just sitting here talking about Thanksgiving meals, and we still got 7 days to go before we get there. So yeah, it's that time of year, we get to celebrate our families and what we're thankful for. We get to celebrate football too. There's a lot going on, not just in college football, but in the high school ranks. But these two guys have been working on something with you for a while. I want to get Steve in here. This was very important to him from the get-go. I mean, he was ranting and raving about Scott Early in the South Carolina Athletic Coaches Association. I said, all right, well, let's talk about it. So, Steve, what are we doing?
Well, JB, we are partnering with the Athletic Coaches Association in South Carolina, who helps serve all coaches associations and their players and teams in the entire state of South Carolina. And obviously Scott knows a lot more about it than I do, but for most of my career, I have spent serving coaches in this state. And so when we came up with this idea for this 4-Quarter Friday show, the number one thing I wanted to do was to serve the people I've been serving. And so our focus has been just keeping our mission to serve the people that are serving kids and serving these communities. And I think with this partnership, we're going to be able to continue to serve the communities and coaches and players in this state even further.
Scott, all of us here at our Chief Sports Network grew up in this state. We participated in athletics in this state. Many of us have coached high school athletics in this state. So why was it important to you and the Coaches Association to team up with folks like us who all share a very similar interest?
Well, we needed somebody. Well, first of all, we felt like we could trust, and me and Steve go back a long, long way, and I had been kind of watching y'all from a distance since y'all, began this endeavor together, and we're excited to be a part of it because we felt like we needed a good storyteller, and we feel like that with all the negativity going on in today's world of athletics, it seems like athletics over the last 5 years has probably changed more than it had the prior 30. So we face those same challenges with our satellite organizations and our over 8,200 members now, and we wanted to share the good things that are going on and have specialized stories and give people coverage that never get it, because those are the ones that really appreciate it. And we are ecstatic about this partnership and can't wait to get started and see where this goes, but we know that we're doing it with the right people. So yeah, we're excited to be a part of this.
Well, we're very excited too. Let me get Justin in here as well. Justin is so involved in high school athletics as well, with our show, with the show on 107.5 The Game. One of the things back when, I don't know, when was this, Justin, Steve, maybe late spring, early summer, when we all started kind of having our conversations about what y'all were going to do on this platform. Scott, I know this was a very important interest to you. It meant the world to us to make sure. One of the first, I'm not trying to take credit for this at all, okay, I promise. But one of the first things I said to these guys was, you have 1 hour and you got to mention every single game in the state in that amount of time. And they both kind of looked like, I don't know if we can do that in an hour. So we better figure it out, because it's very important to make sure that the smallest town and community, right, Justin, in South Carolina, is being touched, just like the city of Columbia or Charleston County or Greenville County or Dorman High School. These big names that everybody hears all the time. You don't always hear some of the smaller names, but that's something that you and Steve have really gotten together and done a great job with. And
I think it's so important too, and I think Scott understands this in his role. These coaches, there's a lot of great stories across our state. We're not a big state. And I think we're always 6 degrees away from somebody else, right? At least, or at the most. But no one talks about the Ware Shoals. No one talks about the Ridge Spring Minettas.
That's right.
No one talks about the Wagner Sallies. I mean, guys, I'm sorry. I just want to go back to round 1 of the playoffs. Wagner Sally, best known for hosting a family wedding of mine a year and a half ago, and an Amish bakery, went over and beat Dixie. And Dixie, the week before that, gave Abbeville everything they could handle. So these stories like this, they don't come around very often, and that's just football. We're not even talking about we're going to start talking about basketball. I'll tell you that. And baseball, of course. But I mean, just in the last 2 weeks, in the midst of football talk with these brackets, which I mean, football is football, but we're talking about volleyball state championships, tennis state champions. I mean, when was the last time you heard people talking about the individuals who won state tennis titles?
Right.
No one's talking about that anymore. I mean, Lou, to credit to the local media, though, I want to give a shout out to Prep Red Zone, Lou Bejak, those guys, Lou with the state here locally, good friend of mine. They do a great job covering high school athletics. But in this medium, there aren't very many avenues where you're covering every single high school sport and telling all the stories, including girls golf. Steve's got to sit down talking, previewing high school basketball that's going to be dropping soon. I mean, this is a bona fide opportunity for us to tell the stories of players who may never get talked about otherwise, and who knows, could go on to do impressive and great things. Women's basketball in the state, outside of Gamecock women's basketball, doesn't get talked about a whole lot, but girls basketball in high school is very important. And I would argue that the greatest athlete to ever come out of our state came out of our state playing women's basketball. But there are tons of other players who you'd never talk about, or teams you'd never talk about, that we're excited to tell those stories and to highlight them, because really at the end of the day, it's about these athletes who are first students in our high school system and who are trying to accomplish things in their life on the athletic playing fields and courts, and the coaches who are pouring into them, the coaches who are making a huge difference in their lives, that they're going to remember those coaches in 40 years. Airport just named their field Les Evans Field. My dad played for Les Evans at Airport alongside Deuce Staley. That was a very emotional thing for him to hear, that his head coach got the field named after him because of the impact that Coach Evans had on him as a person. So we're excited to tell these stories, man. It's really, really fun to talk football every Friday, but I'm really excited to talk basketball, to talk wrestling, to talk baseball, track and field, softball. It's going to be a lot of fun.
We're going to link this to our app and obviously to our website and things of that nature as well. But you can go to sccoaches.org for more information on the South Carolina Athletics Coaches Association. Director Early, when you travel around South Carolina and you meet with coaches at whatever level, it doesn't matter. What are some of the things that you discover that they need, and how does the association go about helping them?
Well, I mean, today's world support right now is probably bigger than anything with all this going on. And, you know, just to touch on something that you was talking about, we need somebody that tell these stories. I mean, you know, back in the day, Lou and these guys had 30 stringers and everything was covered and people went and it was a big deal. And I just think, you know, we all got so busy, we just forgot about, you know, those stories that need to be told. And that's what's exciting about this venture to me.
One of the things we're going to push on these guys, I don't know if Scott Early knows about this yet, though, is our friends at Game Day Nuts. We want to make sure that those are in all high schools across the state here before long, by the way. Boiled peanuts, no shells in a bag. What's better than that? Steve, you glowingly talk about Scott Early but alongside him and his staff with the association, the coaches across South Carolina. I know you talk to coaches all the time. When you talk to them, you know, kind of along the same lines of what he was saying just a moment ago, what do you discover as kind of the rallying point of these guys and gals and leading their respective points and kind of where they want to continue to move high school sports? And how are you and Justin and all of us going to help get them there?
Well, first, the number one thing that I was thinking about this last night and kind of how coaches have impacted me, not only growing up playing, which wasn't that much, by the way, I wasn't very good, but the coaches that I have dealt with for over 16 years now, I've been blessed they've enriched my life. You know, I've been able to learn from them, life lessons, been able to see them enrich the lives of young kids, the stories that you hear about their players, what they're going through, what they're overcoming. Being able to highlight stuff like that is just really special to me. It enriches my life, and I hope it enriches the lives of our viewers and the coaches and players that listen to it, the parents that will listen to it. And there's a story, and we're going to get into this a little bit with John Combs when we do the basketball episode. And there's more stories than this to come, but we got a Stroman leading the Lower Richland girls basketball team again. How cool is that? Debbie Stroman, one of the best coaches to ever come out of this state, has retired and now is enjoying retirement. Her daughter, who played ACC basketball at the University of Miami, was a star player for her at the Lower Richland High School over there in Hopkins, is now leading that girls basketball program again. So that's really cool to see. And I saw Lou actually interviewed her and had her on Twitter. So we're going to have to get her on the show at some point too.
Yeah, it's a great point. Scott, I mean, along the lines of what he just said, I was talking to somebody the other day who lives not far from me. They're fairly new to the area. I'd say fairly new as in like 5 years ago, but that's pretty new to me because I've been here for 40. And, I told him, I said, hey, you want to sound like a real local? And he said, what do you mean? I said, well, they didn't win it this year. But did you know that the Bishop England women's volleyball team leads the nation in state championships? He said, you got to be kidding me. I said, no, sir. 29 of them. There's no high school volleyball team in the country that has more state titles than Bishop England. It's little things like that. And then these young men and these young ladies in whatever sport they're in, whether it's football or track and field or swimming or baseball or whatever, right? They move on, right, Scott? They go to places like the College of Charleston and the University of South Carolina, or they go somewhere else. They go out of state. They go to Alabama or Miami or wherever it is. And it's like once they get there and they start succeeding on that level, there's a lot of folks who kind of, oh, I didn't realize that so-and-so was from here. Maybe it's now up to us to help expose that a little bit better while they're still in their youth before they get to that next level of their lives. And I think we got a great shot at telling those stories.
Yeah, and like Steve was talking about, serving coaches. I mean, that's our goal here. And, it's a lot of times people, normal people just don't really know what goes on or what goes to this. I mean, today we've got Tomorrow's 25 in Columbia, which is a new coaches program where we're trying to develop retention and give them the tools needed in today's modern world of coaching, which is a lot different than, back in the day. But then tomorrow we're in Columbia with a volleyball banquet. They kick off their weekend for their all-star game at Brooklyn Casey. I mean, there's so much going on that's just been forgotten about. And I think, one thing we do in the mainstream media is we lock in on a negative and it becomes a bigger story than the 100 positives, the whole 90-10% rule. Hopefully this partnership can help flip some of that in a volatile world for athletics in today's market.
There's no doubt about that. Well, Scott, we can't thank you enough for trusting us. We care about South Carolina just as you and your folks do. And moving forward, this will be a very well communicated, a very healthy partnership. And we look forward to putting your coaches and your programs and your athletes and the communities up on a platform and allowing people to hear and share their stories. Thank you so much, man.
Hey, thank y'all for having us. And, now that I'm a part of this new club that we've established here, if you'll get me the sizes, I'll get you some SCACA swag. However, I feel like to be a part of this group, I need one of those hats that you have on. So if you want to exchange some merchandise along the way of this partnership to visibly support each other, I'm all in. So,
we'll get you some Chief gear, some Ribo hats. I'll get Ryan to make some.
Love to bring them. Yeah.
Well, hey, real quick here. Have you tried the Sweet Teases turkey brine?
I have not tried that yet, but that's, it looks like we have all kind of integral things to look forward to during this partnership. So
you might want to talk to Steve about this. This is the best brine I've ever had before. So you don't ruin Thanksgiving this year, Scott. Get in on this early so you keep the family happy.
Hey, I appreciate the tip, and I look forward to the growth. And just like anything else, when you work hard to serve or promote or do anything, you got to have fun while you're doing it. So it looks like this group has a really good chance of making that happen.
Yeah, we didn't even let JC on the show for this part. We'd be here for another half hour. So
Who knows what we would talk about at that point?
That's right.
Well, the Gamecocks don't have a lot to talk about these days, so I'm just throwing that out there.
He just talk about Burns. That's all. He just talk about Burns.
Somebody asked me the other day. They said, "How's the show going?" I said, "We all turn into therapists when you're 3-7." So
but you probably get more listeners because people love negativity in today's world. So you probably get more listeners.
Yeah, they don't go anywhere. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Man, thank you so much. You're in the thick of it with hoops getting cranked up and a bunch of stuff going on into the first semester. Obviously, the high school playoff, state titles coming up.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for what you do at the high school level for its coaches and its people in the Palmetto State.
Well, and thank y'all for coming along beside us and help us tell our story. And I look forward to it. And look, I hope y'all have a blessed weekend and a great holiday season, Thanksgiving and Christmas. It's my favorite time of the year too. I think my wife's on Christmas tree number 7. So we do it up big here, and I hope everybody has a great holiday and spend time with your family and loved ones. And let's come back energized and try to do this better than it's ever been done before. So.
No doubt, man. We'll have you back soon. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all for having me on.
There you go. The South Carolina Athletic Coaches Association Executive Director Scott Early. You can go to sccoaches.org. Steve, before I let you go, any last words, final thoughts? Not like last words forever, but I mean just for this show.
I need you tomorrow.
Oh yeah. Well, how about last words?
Oh, lost some audio there.
His last word fell flat.
You there, Steve?
I'm here.
Yeah, there
Can
you
you
go.
hear me?
Okay. Yeah, you're good.
The last thing I'll say is just how about Louisville upsetting Abbeville last week? Just what a great story that is for them.
Yeah, went for 2 at the end to do it, as it should be. If I got a chance to land a knockout blow, I'm going for 2 and getting the win. And Loris and Newberry are undefeated playing tomorrow night. I'm excited about that one.
Hey, quick trivia real quick. Who is a famous Gamecock that has a connection to Louisville High School?
Well, I feel like I know this, but I don't know if I have enough time to answer it. Who is it?
Who is it?
Sheldon Brown.
Oh, Sheldon, yeah. I was about to say, wait a second here.
Played for the great Benny McMurray.
Sheldon, we had Sheldon on with us, I think it was last year, earlier this year. He's one of the best interviews ever. If you can get him. He doesn't like to do many of them, but we had a blast. Steve, thank you, brother. Really appreciate it. Look forward to listening and watching to y'all tomorrow morning.
Thanks for having me on.
Justin, my friend, you probably have to run, don't you?
I'm good.
No? You want to stick around with Hale?
Sure.
Stick around.
I'll hang out with Hale.
Stick around. We'll get into the Gamecocks with Hale McGranahan from the Big Spur. 50% off sideline apparel this week still at Gamecock Traditions, GamecockTraditions.com. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
Oh man, the building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands, SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Welcome to SEC Sunday Night, part of the Chief Sports Network. Every Sunday night at 8 p.m. on the Chief Sports app, the Chief Sports YouTube channel, and on our X accounts. Hosted by Rob Williams and Craig McMichael, talking the week that was and what's to come in the SEC. Join us every week for SEC Sunday Night on the Chief Sports Network.
It's football season. The Barn Dominium Company wants to help you build your dream home with your dream space to watch the games and entertain your friends and family. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. That's thebarndominiumco.com for floor plans, photo galleries, locations, and to learn more about us.
Morning, Carl. Usual?
Yeah.
Your oldest was in here the other day. Said the two of you took a trip down to my neck of the woods. How'd that go?
You might as well give me one of those Carolina cars while you're at it.
I knew I liked that one.
Yeah.
There you go, my friend.
Thanks.
Hey, Carl. Congratulations.
See you tomorrow, ready?
You bet.
Tune in every Friday at 9 a.m. to the 4-Quarter Friday High School Show on the Chief Sports Network.
Our fall coverage of Gamecock Athletics is presented by the Barn Dominium Company. Welcome home, South Carolina. We hope you enjoy the most beautiful time of the year.
If you ever change your mind, go about leaving me behind. Oh, bring it to me. Bring your sweet loving. Bring it on home to me. Yeah. I know I laughed when you left, but now I know I only hurt myself. Yeah, bring it to me. Bring your sweet loving. Bring it on home to me.
All right, 10:33. Welcome back. Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show brought to you by Palm Casual. PalmCasual.com. It's fall. It's pretty outside. If your furniture sucks, they didn't say that. I did. If your furniture sucks, go to PalmCasual.com and get good furniture. But you're not going to spend the lowest dollar on it either. You can do that at Amazon and then replace it next year. The good stuff costs more but lasts forever. PalmCasual.com. I hope we have Hale McGranahan forever. He's pretty incredible at covering the Gamecocks. What's up, brother?
Hey, how you doing? I hope we can do it forever and a day as well.
Well, as Randy Travis once said, forever and ever, amen, Hale. Happy 1 week from Thanksgiving. You do have a game to cover this weekend. The Chanticleers will come to town to take on South Carolina, who's looking to salvage what's left of the season. Back-to-back home ball games against in-state opponents. One of them, that team from the upstate next week. Justin is going to hang in here. So Justin, if you got a question or two, you pop him in with Hale. He's quick on the stick now. All right. Yesterday, I felt like it was a breath of fresh air to hear Mike Furry talk about the offensive successes and failures and trials and tribulations and everything in between from this past weekend. What'd you take from that press conference?
Was not surprised to see the reaction from folks on the message board, and certainly expected that type of press conference from Mike Furry. He's night and day different from Mike Shula in terms of personality and how he is behind the microphone. And as it turns out, seems to be a little more willing to share some details and not just give coach speak and cliche answers. And I think that was probably part of some of the things that got people frustrated with Mike Shula before the obvious results on the field piled up and weren't good. But it was just a different type of tone and all that type of stuff. And none of that really matters at the end of the day. All people want are points and yards. And there certainly were a bunch of those in the first half in College Station. Unfortunately for Furry and Carolina's offense, there wasn't a whole heck of a lot of either of those things, or really any of those things. in the second half of that game.
Hale, really quick, I see people all the time wanting to know why the guys, the media boys, as Coach Spurrier would say, aren't asking the tough questions. And I've been in the room before, albeit I was an intern during that 2017 season. So I've been in the room when the tough questions have to be asked, and they typically are. How would you kind of categorize that for the folks who are always harping on you guys as the beat writers? You guys need to ask the hard questions. Where's the balance for you guys in asking the tough question, but also understanding that coaches aren't necessarily going to answer that tough question that people want to have asked of them?
That depends on what your interpretation of a tough question is.
Right.
Yeah, it's generally speaking, I think it's safe to say that whether it's Mike Shula, Mike Furry, Shane Beamer, Clayton White, Will Muschamp, whoever, those guys are asked what needs to be asked. If there's an issue or a pressing matter that needs to be discussed, like it comes up, we typically ask those questions. I mean, I've been covering the team since 2016.
Yep.
Those guys are almost always like going to hear those things. I think where people and I say people, I mean like fans who say those types of things about not tough questions not being asked. I think those people want us, like we media folks who are in those press conferences, to like give these long-winded soliloquies about all the bad things and tell them all the stats and remind them exactly to the number like why it's bad and set up the question with all these things that don't need to be added into the question, because like for example, the Shane Beamer question that people wanted asked was like, hey coach, why are you guys last or bottom of the league in all these SEC stats and all that? And it's like, well, like he knows that they're last in the SEC and whatever, or 15th or 14th. Like he knows exactly where they are. So he doesn't need me or you or anybody else to say all that. But he does need to be asked why and what's going on. And again, like he is.
Yeah,
so
agreed.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of those questions, or a lot of those folks that want you to ask these questions, they also they have a certain answer that they want to hear.
Yeah.
Hale.
Yeah.
Here's how I'm going to ask the question. If you don't answer it the way I want you to answer it, the whole world blows up.
Right.
Yeah, that's a great point, JB. And I've certainly had to remind folks of that over the years. Like, hey, why wasn't Beamer asked this or whatever? It's like, well, he kind of addressed it in his opening statement, or we actually asked him about it the other day, or like whatever. Like, so yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Hey, I need to tell my wife that somebody said that. I am right.
I'm here for you.
Thank you. Speaking of questions and answers, one of the things that Coach Furry said yesterday, I was just interested in how you interpret the remaining 8 quarters of the season for Gamecock football on the offensive side based on his response. He said this, as you pointed out, he said the same thing that Shane had said the week prior, last week going into the Texas A&M game. Look, we can't reinvent the wheel. I know we had an extra week. That's not enough time to tear the playbook apart and then just create an entirely new offensive system. We can tweak some things. Obviously he can call it differently on game day and things of that nature. So we saw that for the first time last week against Texas A&M. The first half, clearly they were doing some different things, especially with the quarterback. But in hearing that for the second straight week, now that you've seen 4 quarters of a new offensive coordinator, how do you interpret our expectation of what this offense will do the next couple of ball games?
As far as like the results or like the types of plays and stuff they're trying to do?
Like Exactly. We saw it under Mike Shula. Now we've seen it once. They've told us there's only so much that can be changed. Like, basically, what are they trying to explain to the general public the next 8 games? Basically, or should we be expecting more than what we've seen?
I mean, I don't know. I'd be totally guessing. What I can say is that I thought what they tried to do as far as getting the ball on the perimeter, that seemed to be a little more of an emphasis than maybe it was under Shula. And there was certainly some drop back type of stuff where Norris is trying to throw the ball downfield, and they actually had some success doing that when he was able to connect on those throws in the first half. So, I mean, I don't know. I need to see more than just a half, though. To be fair to Mike Furry and how he called the game, like I don't think the second half was like bad per se, outside of other than maybe like the 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1 when it was the same Matt Fuller up the middle type of deal. I certainly wasn't a fan of that, and the results are make it easy for me to say that. But I thought it was encouraging that they were mixing in some wrinkles and things that we hadn't seen, and it didn't seem like the same old for the most part. Now again, like some of it just came down to execution, like Furry was saying yesterday during his press conference. Like there was a pretty stark difference that way between the two halves against A&M, and yeah. So what that means for this Saturday and next Saturday, I don't know. We're just going to have to wait and see how it plays out.
All right. If Carolina went to College Station and got blown out, or not even blown out, it was just crystal clear, this that's a better football team. This team isn't very good, versus how they lost the game and the national blowback that they've received from it throughout the week. What would have been they both would have been losses, Hale, but what do you think would have been better for this football program to handle in the middle of a tumultuous season like it is?
I mean, I'm sure if it was a blowout that the feelings would be pretty much the same.
Okay.
Though I do think that the way in which they lost, and I wrote about and I've talked about it on the site, that was, I mean, that's embarrassing to blow a 27-point lead to anybody, regardless of how your season's going, who the team is, how big the spread was. Like all that stuff is irrelevant. Like, there's the old, I guess, school of thought with playing video games, playing like NCAA football or Madden or whatever. Like if you're playing somebody and you're down 28 points, doesn't matter what point of the game it is. If you're down 28 points, like the game's over. Like you don't continue to play. Like you have to pass the sticks. So they were 1 point away from me tweeting Texas A&M, it's time to pass the sticks. So like,
oh man,
that was just a horrible way to lose a game. Again, like I don't know if anybody feels any differently if it's 49-10 or whatever, but that to me it's an embarrassing way to lose a game. I'm sure there are plenty Carolina football fans who pull for the Atlanta Falcons too. I'm a 49ers fan, and as folks remember, that was Kyle Shanahan's last game as the offensive coordinator for the Falcons. So when he was coming to be the head coach for the 49ers, I was like, oh my God, like is this guy going to be able to recover from this? And he did.
He has.
So that to me is the bigger question, is like, how does this team recover from it? Do they come out and sleepwalk against Coastal Carolina and get their heads kicked in by Clemson? Or do they finish the season 5-7? That to me is the bigger question at this point.
And it appears that all recruits and commits are still buying into the culture, and they still believe in what Shane Beamer is doing here, whether the fans do or not. Hell, if you come out and sleepwalk against this Coastal team on Saturday in a 4:15 kick, the atmosphere is going to be great before the kickoff. It always is. I don't care what the record is. But it is going to be I don't know what word I want to use to describe how that stadium's going to feel should that game be tight. Disturbing. It's going to be very, very bad on Saturday if this game is close at half. And Coastal's not a bad football team. This is the Mike Uva Bowl, for goodness sakes. This is not a bad Coastal team. But I've said for weeks now that I still think South Carolina is better than Clemson. In a one game sample, I think they can beat them. So does 5-7 or 4-8, is there anything in your opinion in those two results at the end of the year that could change how the offseason is handled in the immediate, say on December 1st or 2nd? Or do you think that there's really just no way that too much can affect that at this point? Do you believe everything kind of stays pat unless new hires, say at Virginia Tech, start pulling some guys off the staff?
Do you mean as far as like a change at head coach?
Change, yeah, because I don't really know about position coaches because that's going to be up to if there's a better opportunity somewhere else. But change at head coach, I think 3-9 is a different conversation. Right. But 5-7, 4-8, does that make any difference at all in your opinion, with what little knowledge we have?
That's really tough to ask. 2 weeks ago, I think it was safe to say that, or I'm almost positive that the presiding thought among the people who make those decisions and whose opinions ultimately matter the most, more than mine or anybody else that's an average fan of Carolina football. Those people, from what I understand, were like, all right, 2026 is going to be the year for Beamer to really prove it. Then the A&M game happens. We'll see, man. Like, I don't know. Like, I think just so much rides on how things go over these next 2 weeks on a week-to-week basis that I think it's tough to sit here and answer that with any real certainty for anybody, let alone just my opinion. Like, I mean, but I will say if they do lose to Coastal, like that, I don't think
you're off
from that.
It feels like that's a train running off the tracks moment for Gamecock football if that happens. To be honest, if you replaced, I think Justin, to your question, if you replaced Coastal Carolina, like if you flipped the games, if you played Coastal last week and beat them, or not even then, earlier in the season, whatever. But if you had if you had the same record, you had an SEC game coming up, I think there would be less outcry or relevance on the outcome of that bowl game versus the Palmetto Bowl. But I think if you're Coach Beamer and this staff, and I'm not saying that it's going to force changes. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying from the outside world that how loud it gets. If you lose either one of those games, I mean, I had somebody yesterday I saw in the chat box was like, oh, you know, they finished 5-7, big deal. They beat Coastal in the middle of the road Clemson team. I'm sorry. When did Clemson's record ever matter around here, whether you beat them or not? I thought that was kind of a no-brainer. Like, this is priority 1, B, or C in addition to winning championships and things like that. I didn't realize that just because they're not that good, it decreases the relevancy of the ball game. I think that's psychotic to even think that.
Well, you haven't beat them at home since I was in college. So
2013.
My freshman year of college actually was the last time they beat Clemson at home. So I think that'd be a huge win to end the year. Get you a little bit of positivity heading into December.
Yeah, like,
I just find it.
Unclutter the playroom for a second. You're talking about the Clemson Tigers.
Yeah.
They weren't. That's even worse. They're not that good, and they beat you. Like, what? No, these are must-win games for this coaching staff. If you ask me, you're not going to silence the outside world, but you sure as hell can suppress it if you want to have a shot to get this thing fixed. Hale, am I wrong? Are we off on that?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I mean, 5-7, if they finish 5-7, obviously that's nowhere near what most people had in mind, much less wanted for this season. Like, obviously we know that to be true. Like, it would be well below expectations, especially after last year going 9-3 in the regular season and being right there for a college football playoff spot. So if you think a 5-7 season on the heels of that, which would be the second time Beamer's had a losing record since he's been head coach, and we know that he's going to have a losing record. So if 2 losing seasons outweighs 3 winning seasons and arguably one of the best seasons in program history, I didn't say it was the best, one of the best.
One of the best.
If that outweighs the positive, then I think you probably just don't like Shane Beamer and just want a new head coach because you're tired of listening to the guy talk. I think that's really what it boils down to. I'm not sitting here trying to say like that everything he does is perfect and every decision he makes is the right one, and there are certainly flaws. I write about them every week after a game if I see them. I'm not saying that those things don't exist, but like if you're just ready to pull the cord and jump out the plane, then pull the cord, that's up to you. But yeah, like you said, JB, to me, beating Clemson matters. I don't care if they're 6-6 or what were they last year? 9-2 going into that game.
Yep.
So to me, it doesn't matter. A win over Clemson is a win over Clemson. I don't care if it's their worst year since 2010, which it is. Like that, while relevant to a degree, that's pretty irrelevant in my eyes.
Well, I mean, guys, right? It is, and also, guys, you would be if they're able to, not overlooking Coastal, of course, no disrespect to the Shauna leaders and Chance and all those guys out there, but I'm just saying, in that game, if you beat them and you're having by all means, the way that it looks, a pretty terrible year. Oh, we're not any good, and you're still able to beat them. That's a pride thing. Look, we beat them in our worst year under Shane Beamer. We are still better than they are. Like that's a beat your chest moment for that program. I can't believe that there's even people who are trying to downplay the significance of winning that ball game. That is beyond baffling to me.
And would be the third time in 4 years.
Right.
And it's been the same head coach who's done that. So again, if you want to move on from Beamer right now or in 2 weeks from now, if they're 5-7, that's up to you, man. But there's still some positive things that have happened.
Yeah.
Again, there are plenty of not good things that have happened. And last week there were a ton of them. I wrote about it, talked about it ad nauseum. I agree with pretty much everything anybody said after that A&M game in regards to that game. There have certainly been other issues throughout the course of this season, clearly, but it's not all just god awful. There have been this season for the most part, it's been god awful, but over the last 5 years since he's been here as the head coach at Carolina, there have been some pretty good times and some positives that people just seem to want to ignore or not count as much as the negative ones.
Sure.
All right. I got one final one for you here. We had the new recruiting rankings update yesterday. How did that impact South Carolina's class from a numbers standpoint?
I hadn't even looked at the actual ranking since those respective rankings and ratings for the guys have changed. But there's some pretty significant movement for several guys, movement in a positive direction, counter to what a lot of people seem to think 24/7 Sports does when ranking and rating guys who are committed to Carolina. But Kossie Barnes, the cornerback from Greensboro, is now in the top 247. He was rated as an 88, and I think his rating now was like a 93, which makes he's number 173 overall in the country. He's a 4-star now. He's rated higher than anybody else who does ratings, Rivals and ESPN. He was a big mover. Darius Gray, the 5-star offensive line commitment, he was already a 5-star. I think he was ranked 16 overall. He only moved up 2 spots, but he's still a 5-star, and he's been committed to Carolina since August. Who else? Jazavian Currents and Aiden Harris both moved down in the rankings. They're ranked lower than they were in the last update, which was, I don't know, a couple months ago. But their actual rating is higher than where they were rated previously. So while they may not be ranked as high in the overall rankings, they're actually rated higher. Like 90, they were 93s. Now they're 94s. Zion Giles. It took a little while to get him into the top 247, but he's finally in there now. He made a big jump as well, the offensive tackle from Carver's Bay. Then yeah, I mean, there wasn't all positive guys moving up in the right direction. Landon Duckworth dropped not quite 100 spots. Sequel Patterson fell a little bit, but they're both still 4 stars, both in the top 247. So I don't know if I named everybody, but Carolina's got 8 guys who are in the top 247 in that 2026 class.
It's over half of it.
Half the class, yeah. So that's pretty good. It's like we've talked about last week and throughout the summer and into the fall. Not going to be a big class from a volume standpoint, but packs a lot of punch. It's pretty dang good with the guys that they got.
We're going to have a lot of those conversations in the coming weeks, Hale, with signing day, portal, et cetera, et cetera. South Carolina average player rating is 12th in the country, 91.21. Not bad.
Yeah, and that, I mean, for the anti-Beamer folks out there, you know, that might, maybe that's another sign like, hey, you know what? Still doing a pretty good job of getting players in there. Assuming they get to the finish line and sign these guys here in 2 weeks. But you do have to coach them up and put them in position to make plays and go win you some ball games for sure.
By the way, 2 of those teams in front of them on the average player rating scale is Florida and LSU, and we don't know who their coach is yet. So likely some changes coming to that, I would imagine. Gotta let you run, brother. You do a wonderful job. Thank you very, very much. I'll get with you on next week's schedule. Obviously, this day next week we'll all be, getting ready to eat and all that type stuff. So we'll figure it all out. But have a wonderful weekend. Hopefully, covering the 4th victory of the season for South Carolina football.
All right, boys. Y'all be well.
Thanks, Hale.
Thank you, buddy. There you go, Hale McGranahan. All right, Justin. Are you sticking around again, or you got to go?
I can stick around for a little bit longer.
We got Perry coming up.
Yeah, I love listening to Perry.
Perry's a special man. Special man.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Hang tight. Perry Orth coming up next. Powered by Electric Bikes of Charleston. ElectricBikesCharleston.com. That's a fast, clean ride this holiday season. Somebody out there is going, man, one of my kids wants one of those, or my husband wants that. Electric Bikes Charleston, Gamecock owned and operated. Spend your money with Gamecocks who take good care of you. We'll be right back.
Jeffrey's got space and a touchdown. Can you believe it? Touchdown! He caught on traffic. Scores!
Touchdown, South Carolina! Are you ready? The 9th annual Toys for Tots Christmas Show with Patrick Davis and special guests is Black Friday night, November 28th. The night before the Carolina-Clemson game at the Senate in Columbia. Get your tickets now at patrickdavismusic.com or on the Chief Sports app and get ready to party. Go Gamecocks.
To my dying day, I'll be a South Carolina Gamecock.
Test ride at Electric Bikes of Charleston today. Road trip ready. Ride comfortably. Forget road fatigue. The Velotric Fold 1 Plus features our exclusive Comfort Max frame design for an effortless, upright riding posture and a low step through. With an adjustable seat and stem, you'll be feeling great and ready for the next campsite adventure. Your back will thank you. Visit Electric Bikes of Charleston. ElectricBikesCharleston.com.
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
Are your wood floors dirty, scratched, worn, or unsightly? Refinish your hardwood floors with Recoat Revolution, your solution for dull wood floors that need an upgrade. Our one-day, dustless wood floor refinishing process is simple, effective, and affordable. Our goal is to serve as many customers as possible, so give us a call in South Carolina, 803-397-1365. Or visit us at recoatrevolution.com. Go Gamecocks!
Hey Gamecock Nation, my name is Kyle, longtime listener of the show and avid golfer. I wanted to take my game to the next level, but let's face it, golf is a hard game to learn on your own. I heard the ad from McKellar Enterprises and reached out to the owner and former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. In just 2 months of working with Meredith, I shot my lowest round ever, and I've never felt more confident in my golf game. So if you're looking to take your game to the next level, go to McKellarEnterprises.org and book your lesson today with former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. Go Gamecocks!
Visit GameDayNuts.net and order yours today. Boiled peanuts, no shells. Official tailgate snack of ITG. You're tuned into Hour 2 of Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barn Dough Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Go Gamecocks!
With a little love and some tenderness, we'll walk upon the water, we'll rise above the mist. With a little peace and some harmony, we'll take the world together, we'll take them by the hand. 'Cause I got him for you. Standing there, your hair was down, your eyes were red. No comb, I touched your hair. I said, get up and let me see you smile. We'll take a walk together, walk the road a while. 'Cause I got a hand for you, I got a hand for you. I wanna run with you, won't you let me run with you?
Yeah, it's one of the great songs in the history of American music, or music in the world for that matter. 11:05, Hour 2. Welcome back. Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show presented by the South Carolina Education Lottery, where you can get your $5 Carolina jackpot scratch-off tickets now. They're great stocking stuffers. Let me remind everybody, Perry, as the great Steve Stifler once said, you don't score until you score. So you can't win unless you purchase a lottery ticket. See SCEducationLottery.com for game odds and details. Hello, my friend. How are you?
Man, I'm good. Living the dream, just like you guys. Hope y'all are well.
Yeah. Dream, nightmare, all the same. Justin is Hall going to stick around with us this segment too, so you might get some rapid fire from him Perry, we'll get right to it here. This past weekend, Mike Furry, his first time as a play caller. Give us your opinion.
Yeah, very, very solid. Obviously, the second half wasn't super great from an offensive production standpoint, but you could tell that the run game mirrored a lot of what Coach Elliott has shown in the past, whether it be with us or at Georgia State. A lot of zone read. Offensive line has clearly improved. I know we had a defensive score in the first half, but 23 points on the road, number 3 team in the country in the first half. Hard to complain about that. And, maybe hindsight being 2020, maybe would have wished we could have tried to press for more points towards the end of the half. But, all in all, it was pretty good. I thought, and I don't know, has he called plays before? Or was this his first game ever?
No, he called plays at Limestone when he was the head coach there.
Okay.
Maybe somewhere prior to that too, Justin. But definitely at Limestone. There was a great article. I'll have to see if I can find it and send it to you. That came out when he was the head coach at Limestone, Perry, and it was titled something like how fast can we score 40 or something like that. But basically, he was quoting his quotes in the article were referencing what he learned about designing and calling an offense from Mike Martz.
Yeah,
pretty good brain to pick on.
Yep.
If you're trying to figure out what to do there.
Yep.
But he said yesterday, and Shane said last week, look, we only had 2 weeks. Yeah, we had a bye, but you can't tear it down and build it back up in 2 weeks. So like what were the things that, obviously we know what the offense looks like. So what were the things that you noticed, probably starting with the quarterback, especially in the first half, what were the wrinkles that you noticed with your football brain?
Wouldn't say there were wrinkles. They're just more focused on getting the ball out of his hand quick. Obviously, there were a few creative plays to create those explosive plays. How many times, JB, have you heard me say manufacture explosive plays?
Yeah.
That reverse pass, one of them, right? That was a great play to get us in the striking zone. And obviously, you've heard me talk at length about the strike zone being from the 40 to the 40 in that little 20-yard bubble, right, where Lenoris took that shot for a touchdown, which is great. I mean, manufacturing explosive plays is what helped us get to 23 points offensively and overall 30 points for the half. Unfortunately, A&M got the ball back to start the half and scored, and we kind of didn't have a great drive, which is fine, and then they scored again, and then just the momentum of the game, you could just feel it turning. But we just, we haven't been in rhythm, in sync for a full game in the pass attack. And then when Texas A&M, kind of a squirrel moment, another explosive play with Nick Harbor. That's guys just making plays, right? So when you start you look at not all, but the majority of our scoring drives had chunk plays. Those make it a lot easier to score points. Second half, obviously, no chunk plays. Minus the fourth down conversion late. But A&M really, really stymied, as they say, the run game. And that put us behind the sticks, and we haven't operated well at that pace. And it's hard for any offense to, for that matter.
Mm-hmm. Perry, when you're in the second half of a game like that, I don't know if you've been a part of a game, coaching or playing, that kind of unravels like that in the second half. I'm trying to remember, your time at AC Flora and Cardinal Newman, but as a player in those moments, I kind of felt it here watching it at the house. 30-10, I went, ugh. But okay, just put a drive together and you're fine. It was 30-17, and that's when I started to go, oh, this is getting away from them.
Yeah, with 5 minutes.
Right. This one might go bad. As a player in that moment, you go back to your quarterback days. What needs to happen on the sideline, not coming from the coaches? As a player, how can you, like Marcel Reed did, really, how can you harness that team? Guys, we're leading in this game. It felt like immediately this team was playing as if they were getting just blasted out of the stadium. How does a player galvanize a team in that moment and hold those wheels on the track?
Man, that's a great point. I mentioned that this morning on the radio up here in Columbia. Was that's what was missing. Nobody put their foot down and galvanized the team and said, enough is enough. Great. They 2 quick touchdowns. They're the number 3 team in the country. They have that capability of doing so. It ends now. To your point, Marcel Reed, when they scored that touchdown, he sat around and said, we're going to win this game. I mean, we don't know exactly what he said, something along those lines. We didn't have that. We just, there was none of it. It was just every time they flipped to our bench, and collectively it just was, you could feel it, and they felt it, and they showed it. And then ultimately the performance ended up following. It's hard. I mean, those are hard. Those are hard to put the brakes on when the momentum's going out. It's like in basketball. You call a timeout to kind of break the momentum. I would have loved, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe when the quarters switched from third to fourth, I think we had the ball, which in theory we would have loved to have them have had the ball to kind of break the momentum. But the scary thing, looking back and barring an absolute boneheaded play call by Colin Klein at A&M, I mean, they were going to lock that game up and at 38-30 late. I mean, the 3rd and goal from the half-yard line, and they called some whatever the hell that was.
Right.
So I say that, but I don't know what it was that A&M saw, but I tell you, in the first half, we stopped the run, we got after the passer, but we weren't bringing any kind of crazy exotic pressures. Our defensive line was just kicking their ass, and I don't know what changed in that dynamic, but something changed, which created, Marcel Reed getting time to throw the football, and ultimately those guys stepped up and made plays. But it was just and it all happened so fast. I mean, it was a 1-possession game by the start of the 4th quarter, and you're like, oh my God, what happened? We needed something offensively to stop, just to cut that momentum, because the defense was reeling. It was the first time in a long time I've seen our defense just looking for answers and couldn't find them. And we needed that curl route that Nick Harbour took and hit for a 70-yard touchdown. We needed that in the second half. I think even the timing of that play, if that happens in the second half, changes the game, right? So say it's 30-17, that play happens and it goes to 37-17, I think it's over. I think A&M panics and says, "Oh God, we're down now 3." We just never got that. We never could string drives together. There was no explosive plays. I think 50 yards in the entire second half. I think it's just bad luck, honestly. The football gods were not smiling on the Gamecocks that day.
Yeah, to quote the great Stephen Orr Spurrier. I have so many different things that I want to ask you, but let me start with this. So Coach Furry yesterday met with the media. It was a very refreshing press conference for, I think, anybody that had a chance to catch it, and his honesty and how he evaluated his team and himself as a play caller. One of the narratives that came from the ball game because of the lack of points and yardage in the second half on Saturday, but one of the narratives that was kind of floating around out there was that South Carolina took their foot off the gas pedal. And Mike Furry said yesterday, I probably should have. I was trying to press our luck. I mean, I was probably being too aggressive at times. He mentioned he was trying to find a big play, and they could just never connect on one. And in hindsight, basically paraphrasing here, Coach Orth, hey, if we could have just maybe controlled the clock a little bit on one drive, picked up some yardage on the ground, kind of moved this thing along, we could have trimmed this ball game down, and they might not have had a chance to be able to kind of get into the rhythm that they got. So obviously, a conflicting narrative there from the outside world, and then obviously from the inside world. What do you make of that? What did you make of the second half? And we've seen that before. You know what, Perry? I'm sorry. Before I ask that question, let me just keep talking, right? You know what the first half reminded me of last week? Oklahoma last year. Yeah. It was Oklahoma last year, but you didn't have last year's defense, But Carolina, remember, they got pretty conservative in the second half, and I know fans don't like to see that, but Shane Beamer was like, we ain't coughing this up. This defense isn't going to give up, 30 points or whatever it was. So what do you think could have been done differently in the second half to shorten the game or to maybe put it out of reach?
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate what he's saying in hindsight's 2020 and his vulnerability and his willingness to share that with the media is, why he's so beloved in the coaching community, and why he was such a great hire when he came available a couple seasons ago. But you go back and I'm looking at the drive-by-drive play, 0-yard run. Let's see, it starts here, kick off, 25-yard pass, negative 3-yard run, incompletion, 14-yard run, 3-yard pass, 5-yard pass, 1-yard run. We just stalled out. And then, then the next play was 0-yard run, 4-yard pass, and incompletion. 13-yard run, negative 1-yard run. I mean, that seems very conservative to me. Now, I know I don't have the play sheet and have his internal dialogue in front of me, but we didn't. What I'm noticing is there were no chunk plays, certainly, and no real significant running plays. Obviously, you had, I take that back, you had a 13-yard run by Lenoris and a couple other, I think the previous drive was nothing, but the first drive you had a 14-yard run. But yeah, I think overall we just couldn't string it together enough to just shut the momentum down, in the football game. And, they basically played the exact same game that we played in the first half. And they just literally just came up 1 point more. And I think the unfortunate reality is too, we had a chance there at the end of the game, and that was a great throw by Lenoris to Nick on the corner route on 4th down. And we just couldn't string that last play, right? 18-yard pass, 9-yard pass, and then the sack train. The sack train happened and just kind of shot it down. But you go back and look, and you just needed somebody, and not so much coaching. These are, going to Justin's point, these are the times where somebody in the locker room, somebody on the team puts their foot down and says, enough is enough. And then that same person ends up going and being the person to make the play to change the outcome of the game, much like Marshall Reed. And so we didn't get it. And, that stat was just brutal, like gut-wrenching to look at, the 1 in 286 or the 0 in 286. And we became the one. I mean, you think about this here for a second, and I hate to do this, but it's so true, because this is where I was at, is we're in halftime, we were getting ready to go to a wedding, left the second the game was over, and I'm getting ready thinking like, man, we win this game, Coastal, Clemson, bowl win, talk about the momentum heading into 2026. We talked last week about how good Coach Beamer has been in November, and it was playing out right in front of our eyes. Here it goes. Calendar's November. Coach Beamer is going to have the Cocks just tuned up. And games like this, I can't imagine. I know the players care. I cannot imagine the heart wrench that the coaches are. I mean, it was so bad that he and Clayton White got in a fight after. I'm just kidding. But it was so, I mean, it's just such a gut-wrenching loss. I can't imagine. I really do. I feel so bad for the coaches. And obviously I know it's a player's game, but these dudes take time out of their families and they put their heart on the freaking line. And number 3 on the road, come on, man.
Yeah,
it's just painful for everybody. I feel so sorry for them.
I almost texted you after the White rumor, because I know that you and Clayton have spent plenty of time in the gym together. I was going to ask you how you thought Shane would have held up in that deal. We were actually comparing them to wrestlers yesterday, like who would Clayton White be and who would Travian Robertson be, and
I like
and all.
Coach Beamer's endurance, but I think if Coach White gets one on him, I think Clayton's winning that battle. But if Coach Beamer can wiggle out of maybe like a chokehold or something, I like.
If this was a better season, you could have a little fun with it in the offseason. Bring Trick Williams in, otherwise known as Matrix Belton. Have them, have him kind of teach them some moves, and then they can kind of, be a big to do. I want to ask you about Sellers at the end of the game, because it did seem like, okay, they could be putting something together here, and then he took the 2 sacks, and then he on 4th down. It was 2nd 1. He completed that pass to Juwan Howell, and then he took 2 sacks, and then on 4th down, I don't. I'm going to let you explain all that a little bit further here. But what is a quarterback coached to do there? What did you see out of him that needed to be better in all 3 of those plays, the sacks and the 7-yard rush to end the game?
Yeah, well, I think at that point, and I know he's been coached to do this, and I think if fans are calling it out, then he's certainly been coached on it. Sometimes it doesn't work out that way, but you can't take a sack, especially when that time of the game. You got to find a way to get rid of the ball. Kind of have a plan in your mind of, I got to dump this thing and get out of here. But unfortunately, it happens at times. But the 2nd sack in a row, that certainly can't happen. You gotta, somebody's on the front's got to stir something up or have some outlet where a play is called, right? We talked about last week with Coach Spurrier's menus 1 through 10, where you always had an outlet to get rid of the football regardless of coverage. And then the 4th and 10, I think I think there's so much more into that play than just, oh, why didn't he throw it? It's kind of like, Lenoris, I don't know him personally, met him once, seems like a very quiet guy, internalizes a lot. But I think that play you saw just a mound of frustration taken out of, I can't believe that it's now 4th and 10, I'm running for my life, and I have to turn and launch the ball up into the air for a prayer to even be in this game. And I think it wasn't, certainly do not want this to be misinterpreted, not saying of him throwing in the towel and quitting, not even implying that. My statement is a mound of frustration to where you just got it so bottled up, you don't know how to release it. And it was just like, you run out and you're just like, man, F this. This has been a nightmare. And, I've personally been there. I can proudly tell you I have been there where you should have thrown it up, you didn't, because you're just so overblown of just negative feedback. Years gone to hell in a handbasket. You blew, not you personally, you've blown a 28-point lead, and just a lot of frustration, in my opinion.
Yeah, the sacks aside, like as you said, you can't take them. But that 4th down there, Perry, there's 4 things that happen if you let go of the football, and 2 of them are good. You catch it, or you get a pass interference, they pick it off, or it's incomplete. I mean, those are the only 4 things that can happen if the ball is in the air and there's no penalties elsewhere, obviously.
Yeah.
And so, that
I'm not justifying, to interrupt you, I'm not justifying the error. I mean, it was not a good play.
Oh, I know you're not.
You got to chunk it loose. You could see it on him. It weighs on him, and you listen to him in his press conference at the end of the game. I only listened to a couple things I saw, and he looks pissed. But he doesn't strike me as a wear your emotions on your sleeve guy. God, I feel bad. I feel bad for the kid. I know how much people care and how much work goes into it, and the level of expectation that he put on himself from his performance at times of last year. It's been a tough year.
Yeah. What do you think that we saw last week that we will continue to see more of this week, that with these 2 games remaining, they can continue to get better at in an effort to finish the season with a couple of wins over their in-state teams, including that team in the upstate?
Yeah, it comes back to the consistency of running the football and protecting the passer. When you give Lenoris time to throw the football, he throws it well. And then creating the three is consistent run game, pass pro, manufacture explosive plays. I think if we build on what we did in the first half, you eliminate the momentum and take it out in a vacuum. And you just watch the game. That's why I love watching film after games, because you sit there and you watch it objectively with no crowd noise, no momentum, and you're just sitting watching the screen. You just kick yourself, man. You're like, oh my God, I cannot believe I had that. And I let all these external circumstances affect what I was trying to accomplish. And you build on what we did in the first half, which is all of those three things: pass pro, consistent running, explosive plays. We'll come out with a big win Saturday and hopefully use that to springboard us into the Palmetto Bowl, which is beyond a winnable game. Should win the football game, in my personal opinion. I don't think Clemson does anything. I think it's a good matchup for us. I don't think they do anything that scares me. I think their defense is very vulnerable. Their offense is, good, can play well, but they're an offense that's gettable to beat. And I think you keep them kind of like how Louisville did, keep them at 24 points and under, and we should win the game. But I know we got a big one today. I think my biggest fear is for this Saturday is, do we have the leadership in the locker room to get the team focused to beat a relatively hot Coastal Carolina team that has this game as their Super Bowl? That's my question. I was on the team. I was the quarterback the year we lost to the Citadel.
Yeah.
Right. And that was what happened to us. We played a team in the Citadel that was hot. They were playing well in their conference. I think they had just clinched their conference title. We were reeling after just loss after loss after close game, fumble, this, that, and the other. And we were not focused. We just were like, oh, it's a Citadel. I know they're good. We'll just go out there and beat them by a couple of touchdowns and be done, and blah, blah, blah. No, sir, they were hunting us, and they had a target on us. And if we don't come out focused, Coastal's got the target on this team, and they're smelling blood in the water. They think they can steal one. And I just pray that we're ready and focused to play.
Well, there is a common voice from that game to this one. His name is Sean Elliott. I'm sure he's got something to say this week to this program. Hey, boys, I've been here before. You don't want to be that. You don't want to be that group. No. You want to be this group.
Right.
Perry, it is always a pleasure, my friend. We will work on next week. Obviously, around this time next week, you will be getting ready to chow down on Thanksgiving, and so will we. We're not working Thanksgiving. Yeah. So we'll work on our schedule. Maybe we'll get you in for the preview show Friday or before or something like that. But I'll call you a little bit later on. We'll talk about it.
Sounds good, guys. Y'all take it easy.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Perry Orth is phenomenal at what he does. Not as much great detail on the offensive stuff this week, but
yeah. I think the X's and O's are kind of not what people are focused on after Saturday, JP.
Yeah.
The leadership thing we've been talking about since August appears to be taking center stage.
Yes. They hopefully they're going to need leadership.
Yeah, they are.
All right. I got to get to a break here, but any final thoughts, my friend?
Just play well against Coastal on Saturday. Please don't lose on my birthday. For all the Lord above, don't lose to Coastal on my birthday. Great show lined up for tomorrow. We got Chris Deering from Prep Red Zone at 9:15. Our buddy Shane Fiddler is going to be in with us for all 60 minutes. So very excited about that.
This is going to be unlistenable.
I know. White Knowles got a big game against Irmo. Dutch Fork is hosting Burns. Dorman is hosting Ridgeview. Loris is undefeated 12-0. They got Newberry 12-0. Every state champion I picked is still alive, JB, in our bracket challenge. So we'll see how it plays out tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Fantastic. No, I love Shane Fiddler dearly, and I will certainly be watching that before we hop on the air. Justin, thank you so much, my friend. We will we'll holler at you a little bit later.
Y'all have a good one. See you.
There you go. Justin Hall. All right, we got to hit a break, but when we return, we do have our Fab Five to get to coming up here in just a little bit. I'm going to save all of you on Thanksgiving. If you screw up your turkey every year, you're not with this product. You'll see why when we return.
Food tastes better without the shells. Get the shell out of here. Visit GameDayNuts.net and change your boiled peanut experience forever.
Gamecock Traditions ships to your doorstep, and we're here to help make your gift-giving experience easier and affordable. Shop the widest selection of Gamecock apparel and gift ideas at Gamecock Traditions. Youth, women's, and men's apparel fully in stock. Jewelry, kitchenware, tailgate gear, and so much more. Shop and ship today. Happy holidays from Gamecock Traditions.
Introducing this year's Carolina Jackpot $5 scratch-off ticket, featuring a chance to win up to $200,000. You can even enter your tickets into the Second Chance promotion. Step on the court for a chance to win $50, $75, or $100,000. This Palmetto Series lets show who really runs this state.
Are your wood floors dirty, scratched, worn, or unsightly? Refinish your hardwood floors with Recoat Revolution before the guests arrive this holiday season. Our one-day dustless wood floor refinishing process is simple, effective, and affordable. Give us a call in South Carolina 803-397-1365 or visit us at recoatrevolution.com. Go Gamecocks and happy holidays.
Why choose Game Day Nuts?
They're so easy to eat.
Don't have to throw the shells away.
Easy for travel. It's like grab and go.
Delicious.
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 They are delicious.
Never miss a touchdown fumbling with your nuts. Visit GameDayNuts.net. Boiled peanuts. No shells.
You're tuned into Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Part of the Chief Sports Network and presented by Gamecock Traditions.
All right, it's 11:34. Welcome back. The morning show built by the Barn Dominium Co. and presented by our friends at Resto Pros, who are there when you need them. Resto Pros of the Midlands, Resto Pros Midlands, SC.com. That's a South Carolina-owned company. So is this. We're going to save Thanksgiving Day for families all across the country because we know there's many of you that aren't just here in South Carolina. And good news, you can ship it to your home. And these guys are going to tell you how to not screw up the turkey this go around. Gentlemen, it's an honor to have you. Preston Hall, this is a company called Porch and Pit. This brine has been raved about, and you're going to tell us how this thing started and why a week from today, families everywhere gathering around the dinner table are going to be happier than they've ever been. Good morning, boys.
Morning. Thanks, Jamie, for having us on, man.
Well, what's the deal here? What is this certified SC grown product? First of all, it's amazing.
Yeah. So all this started when I was working in the restaurant industry, and a lot of the guys make sweet tea brines for like pork chops or chicken breasts, and it's just like a really Southern classic flavor, and it's so easy to just get like really deep flavor and just, with the Southern roots. And I was like, how do I bring this home and use it at home without, making it such a pain in the butt? Because if you know anything about brining, it can be a pain in the butt. You have to break out a bucket. You got to pour a bunch of seasoning into it. A lot of times you want the water warm or hot. So it just, you get a good mix in there. And I I just got tired of having to do all those steps in order to, get a good brine on my turkey or whatever. So, over the past 4 years, me and Jess, my father-in-law, we've been working on all right, how do we make this easier for everybody? Everybody wants to have a good turkey, something they can't mess up, right? Brining is a great way to do it. So, we spent 4 years experimenting in our own kitchen and our own Thanksgiving turkey, so nobody else had to. So we came up with the liquid brine instead of the bag, where you can just pour it straight into cold water. And we like to use a brine bag instead of a bucket. I mean, because not everybody's got room for a 5-gallon bucket in their fridge. Not everybody's got a spare fridge to put it in. So,
right.
Yeah, we just tried to make it easy for everybody.
Okay, I think Phil's got a photo he's going to put up on the screen here too, so folks will know what we're talking about. Obviously, I've got it in my hand. This is for our Thanksgiving next week because my wife and I have, there it is. My wife and I have the honor of bringing the turkey this go around. Sweet Jesus is the name. You can order this online and have it sent to your home, porchandpit.com. What a great name. What great names, period, the end. First thing I want to ask you about, when you started experimenting with this a few years ago, did you screw it up? Like, did you have honest feedback from your family? Were they looking at you going, this tastes like crap, man? Or were you off to a good start?
Well, having some kitchen experience, it was never bad, but there was definitely a point where me and my wife we were testing it out on like chicken breasts in the kitchen and thighs. I had probably like 10 bags with a piece of chicken in each of them at a different concentration. I was like, how do I make this the best one? We were just sitting in there trying every single one of them. So my kitchen sort of turned into like a lab for a little bit there. But by the time we finally got to the turkey, we were like, okay, we were pretty confident. Like, it's going to turn out at least pretty good. And it ended up turning out way better than we ever thought.
Yep. All right, so this jar right here, what's the ticket? So if somebody orders this today, and I hope all of you will, I already saw some folks on the Big Spur who said done. I guess they put some orders in.
Yeah.
So if once this gets to the house, give us your version of here's how you do it. Size bird, how much of this are you using with water, etc.
Yeah, so that jar right there will give you a pretty strong brine. If you pour that into a gallon of water, you'll end up with a gallon and a little bit more to season your bird with. And I think it's very doable with just one jar. I don't like people having to buy more than one jar to just do a turkey. That's why I always tell people to get the brine bag. It's just easier to seal the air out and you get complete coverage. So you pour that into a gallon of water, maybe add a little bit extra. You got a 17, 18-pound bird. You're looking at, 20 hours maybe of brining in a bag. You flip it over one time, and that's really all you got to do. Once you pull that thing out and rinse it off, you don't have to add any salt at all. It's seasoned all the way through for you. So, and it's going to be super juicy too. So really, really easy to use. You don't have to whip out the bucket or make sure you're dissolving anything. It just goes straight into cold water.
So how do you tell folks, do you get a good sweet tea flavor? Like, can you truly taste that?
You can taste the sweet tea. You get a nice color from that sweet tea.
Rosemary. And
you got a little bit of rosemary in there too. So once you cook the turkey, it browns up. You're going to look like you just soaked it. You just painted it with sweet tea.
Yeah, that tea adds a golden color to the skin. It really does. And it just flavors it, as Preston said, all the way through. I used it last night. Yesterday, I brined some country style ribs, the cheap stuff. Got it on sale. Brined it overnight. I put it in a crock pot on low with water. I put 4 ounces of water. I didn't want any other flavoring. It was the most incredible flavor. I did not add a thing after that. We ate it straight out of the crock pot. Yeah, so
really?
Pork does great too. So for Thanksgiving, it'll be obviously the bird will get the baptism, but it works great for pork.
Okay. Look, people do turkey for Christmas and stuff too. So we got a whole holiday season coming up here. Some folks don't even do Thanksgiving on Thanksgiving. They got folks traveling around. Yeah. There's plenty of time to order it. how about so I need to introduce you to our chef. We have a chef that comes on every Friday. He's actually out in Arizona, but he's originally from Andrews. We need to get him a jar of this because I think his ratings are going down and all this stuff. I'm just kidding. He's a nationally renowned chef, but we could always make him better. We'll maybe pair y'all up. Do you have a recommendation as to if you brine this bird? What if you smoked it instead of baking it or putting it in the oven? How would that taste?
Even better. I mean,
we did that last year.
We did that last year. We smoked it probably to like 145, 150. We pulled it out and then we deep fried it.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you what, the skin was like candy. You would think, wow, this is like, bacon level. It's like candied bacon. That's what it really turns out like.
And that white meat is always when I grew up, none of the kids would eat white meat. Okay.
Right.
It was dry. It was like eating cardboard. God bless mom and everybody cooked it that way. And I started brining probably 15 years ago, and I got tired of it's like boiling a bag of potpourri and guessing on the sugar and guessing on the salt and then having to cool it down. So this came along last year. We did with the smoke, and that white meat the day after, the second, third day, it was just as tender as it could be. It's amazing.
Yeah.
You brought up a great point there. I remember when I was a kid, my Uncle Bill, he would never eat the white meat. He'd always, that's too dry for me. Give me the dark meat. And he'd fight us for it, and he was bigger, so he would win.
Yeah.
So now you don't have that jack leg at your Thanksgiving who's trying to get there first just to get all the dark meat and leave everybody with the dried out white meat. We're solving all the world's problems here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And we're going to, Preston introduced me to spatchcocking. He's got the chef background. So we're going to cut the spine, flatten the bird out, and it's going to be amazing.
Oh, yeah. Anybody who's like smoking meat knows anything about that. It's all about spatchcocking.
Yeah, that's you're kind of describing the Gamecocks offense this year. I hear you.
Oh, I see where you're there.
Yeah. I guess that's a bit of crossover there.
Yeah, you gotta mix it in here. All right, porchandpit.com. So I would tell people you don't forget about it. You're about to get on your lunch breaks. Many of you go to porchandpit.com and you can order. They've got a section of the website, a page on the website. Tells the story of this. Obviously, y'all just told a lot of that story just a little bit ago. What other products are you working on? Any other products currently that will be available?
Yeah, I've got tons of recipes I've got in the bank. I'm working on doing a pickle flavor for everybody who likes doing the pickle brine. People who like that Chick-fil-A chicken flavor. That's where that pickle juice comes from, and then hopefully people will be able to use it as a mixer too for their for their drinks, whatever. Some people like those pickleback shots. So that, a couple barbecue sauces, and a coffee rub.
A coffee rub will be great.
A coffee rub.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
For barbecue?
Works. Yeah, Preston's got, we've been using this stuff or variations of it for years now. And so now it's just time to come up with a commercial viable ingredients, and a cost, and got to get the manufacturing lined up. But the
recipes are there.
The creative side is well in the works.
Well, don't forget about us. Once you get it ironed out, just ship it to my home. I'll eat it. I'll give you an honest opinion.
You'll be the first one to get it.
Well, I thank you for that. I just want to tell you, I know that you've sent this to a few of us here at Chief. We can't thank you enough for that. But we're really happy for you and y'all's family, and being the entrepreneur that you are, but being this is a certified SC grown product. You're from the state of South Carolina. And so I hope that people will not only support you, but this will probably make their families happier. Everybody loves. We can all rally around food. You might pull for Gamecocks or Tigers or Bulldogs or whatever, but if somebody makes a good meal, you put all that aside for a second and enjoy it. So I want to congratulate you on your success. I know you're going to have so much more of it, and we can't wait to use this next week and anything else that you got coming out here soon.
Thank you so much.
In terms of availability, I will say that it ships the same day. If you order it, it's going to go UPS the same day. We're ready to ship it immediately, and it's all very reasonably priced. It's well within the range of other brine kits, and also we're getting it into some local stores slowly. You can actually get it at Four Oaks Farms right now. They have some in stock.
That's over in Lexington for anybody who's local to the Lexington area.
Yeah.
And we're looking at, getting into butcher shops around just so it's easy for you to be able to just run and pick up a jar if you don't want to wait.
But you can order straight off the website, porchandpit.com, and we'll ship it the same day.
And it ships everywhere too. If somebody's in Tennessee, you'll
all over the US.
Yeah.
All over the U.S. Wow, man, I'm so happy we were able to get you in here. Guys, order it today so you have it before Thanksgiving. You got to pull that bird out of the freezer here this weekend and let it thaw.
We got our we were working on our schedule right before the show.
Yeah. So don't. Oh, I got 7 days. No, you don't.
No, you don't.
You got about 1.5.
You got to thaw. You got to brine. You got to smoke. So
that's right. Preston, Jess, thank you very, very much for being here. Congratulations. We will continue to pump this product out for you. And happy Thanksgiving to you and your families. I know it'll be wonderful.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody who's watching, and you, Jamie. Appreciate again for having us on.
Yeah.
Anytime, brothers. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, it's 11:47. We'll step aside for our final quick timeout. We'll come back. We'll get some Fab Five. We will not show the records. I can promise you that. Phil, you will not show the records. We'll be right back.
Fans, listen up. The official Chief Sports apparel store is extended until December 3rd on the Chief Sports app. Quality gear, including Nike apparel, shipping within 2 days of ordering. Men, women, and children can choose from a variety of Chief Sports products this holiday season. Order now in the Chief Sports app. Available until December 3rd.
Palm Casual Patio Furniture are proud supporters of our Gamecocks. We have been making and supplying the highest quality outdoor furniture you can find for almost 5 decades. If you use your outdoor space to watch the Gamecocks, make it the best it can be. Visit palmcasual.com or visit one of our 4 locations in South Carolina. Go Gamecocks!
At JT's Kia, we have a lot to be thankful for.
We're especially thankful for the customers we get to know and serve.
We have additional inventory we have to move, and that means savings we haven't been able to offer in over 3 years.
Get a new Kia Sportage reduced $5,000.
New Kia Sorrentos, new Kia Carnivals reduced $7,000. Get 0% for 72 months.
We're serious about saving you money.
And we're seriously thankful for our customers.
Happy Thanksgiving. JT's Kia.
Season of New Tradition sales event.
Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. Visit ChefWilliamTurner.com to inquire about private events and more. Food from every culture, all of it first class. ChefWilliamTurner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Home fitness has evolved. With Matrix, now there's no limit to the ways you can chase your goals. It's time to make your next workout whatever you want it to be. You can use all of your subscriptions or none at all. Take on exclusive HIIT programs or move through immersive HD destination footage while you sweat.
Visit CharlestonFitnessEquipment.com.
You're tuned into Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by Palm Casual Outdoor Patio Furniture. Go Gamecocks!
We say our prayers, sing to the sky. Bus stop bags, barely getting by Carolina. in the pocket, and so is Carolina.
Here goes Elway inside the 10. A huge play for the Gamecocks.
Oh, hurt me. Boom. This place has gone nuts. Lenore Sellers going left side. Touchdown.
11:51, final segment, morning show. Welcome back. Built by our dear friends at the Barn Dominium Co., who alongside us and the Garnet Trust are the title sponsors of next week's Patrick Davis Show. We're going to announce the winners early next week. Patrick has his show tonight in Florence, so that's going to give you a little bit more time. If you want to register for those free tickets, pull up the Chief Sports app and do it there. And we look forward to meeting many of you at the Senate Friday night in Columbia, South Carolina, where you're going to get a J.C. Sherbert sighting all the way from Chicago. Oh, wait a second. He's going to cancel last minute. Here we go. Blame it on the airlines.
Bro, no.
Here we
blame
go.
it on the Lockport High School.
Right.
People
have been asking me, what are you doing next weekend? I was like, well, I have solid plans for Friday night, but beyond that, it all depends on a high school football game that happens in Illinois.
No, seriously. I mean, it's unbelievable. They got a favorable. They're the 23rd seed in a 32-team football tournament. And there was another upset on the other side of the bracket. So now they're playing like seed number 12, 13. Oswego. I mean, so Saturday, and of course it's on Saturday at 5:00. So I'm not going again.
I mean, come on.
And so, it's like, yeah, don't get me started. But if I will have to bow out gracefully, because I'll be in Normal, Illinois, where Illinois State is for the game. Because I mean that we're bringing the boys, so that wipes out Cole and wipes out Nat, and I haven't even told my mom yet.
Oh man, well, she probably just found out, because I know that she's an avid listener of this program. So sorry, Mom. All right, y'all want to play some Fab Five?
Yeah, we can do it. Let's do it.
Where's our fourth partner?
He's being detained right now by ICE. I think he's having to show his papers to somebody. So we'll be right back.
Let's play the Fab 5 Pick'em contest, presented by Gamecock Traditions and GameDayNuts.net. Order your gear and tailgate snacks today.
Well, that sounds great. And you know what? It'll be nice having a little extra cash to bet on college football. Yeah, I'd like to bet $100.
You want to pick a team?
No, just take it.
Play your Fab 5 now in the Chief Sports app and win.
Oh, what a fabulous performance last week, or a fantastic performance by fabulous Fred Whitmire.
Yeah.
Fred Whitmire, 4-1. Fred, we've already sent your information to both Game Day Nuts and Gamecock Traditions, so $25 digital gift card coming to your email from both. Congratulations, fabulous Fred. Love that. I love the name Fred, by the way. Big fan.
Yeah, I am holding on to.
Do you have the last two winners, Phil?
Well, this is one of the two that they're asking about, but I need to hold on. Let's see. Yeah, I'll have that.
I just gave you fabulous Fred. He won.
Yeah. We are missing from week before last is week 11. That's the week 12 is Fred, and week 11 is
TBD.
Somehow got lost in the shuffle.
All good. It's the holiday season. Those things happen. You know what else got lost in the shuffle?
Your dominance in this game.
Usually I'm where Mike is. Matter of fact, 2 years ago, I think I was like 70% or something. I've just given up.
This year, whole football season has been like the Empire Strikes Back. I mean, like, seriously.
You know whose fault that is? Transfer portal.
Darth Vader's.
I'm blaming it on the portal.
Blame it on the rain?
Blame it on the portal.
I would blame it on the rain.
Look at Billy Vanilli.
If you took South
It's like
Carolina,
a real Millie Vanilli type season.
if you took the women's basketball team yesterday plus 49 or minus 49.5, congratulations. Gamecocks won by 50 last night.
Just covered.
All right, what do we have this week?
What are we doing this week? Where are we go? Oh, week 13 has brought us to it's kind of a sleepy week around.
I cannot wait to use this, Brian. By the way,
I'm intrigued.
I've already had some now. I told you that already. I didn't lie.
Yeah. You said it was good,
phenomenal. But Steve gave me another little trick, an injection trick to use with it. I'm just like, I'm fired up to take it to Thanksgiving because we like being the center of the food attention. We're also bringing a tomato pie, and I'm going to stuff this bird as well. How about that?
Tomato pie?
Nah.
You're going to stuff the bird? Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. I love this. Is it dressing or stuffing, Mad Dog?
Well, it depends on how you cook it. If it's in the cavity of the bird, it's stuffing because you've stuffed the bird, and if it's cooked in a pan, it's dressing. That's my differentiation. But I'm a dressing guy, not necessarily. I eat both. Don't get me wrong. But more of a dressing.
Yeah. We have a couple of dishes that have been showing up the last couple of years for Thanksgiving that I could go without, but I won't call anybody out by name. Put it this way, I just act like I already ate it. Hey man, how were the blanks? Oh, they were phenomenal. It's the first
fantastic.
They were great.
They're not here anymore because I ate them first. So
yeah, all right. I don't do experiments on Thanksgiving. I can't.
Nah, dude, come on. It's Thanksgiving.
Traditional meal. There's a set menu here.
Yeah, let's go, man. Exactly. Like you don't gotta get fancy. No. Do your best. This is the one time you get to shine. Like, what is your go-to meal? Well, I tell you, this would be a good time for me to try out that potato and broccoli casserole.
Yeah,
you don't have to do that.
These potatoes taste funny this year, Mom. She was like, well, that's because they're parsnips.
You don't have to do that. And leave the asparagus at home, too. We don't need asparagus on Thanksgiving. Sorry if I hurt anybody's feelings.
For those
he's like, well, Matt makes asparagus every year. Well, all right. You want me to manage the clock on this one, or do you want to do it?
Oh, you go ahead. Okay. Yeah. Maybe it'll bring you some luck this week.
Yeah. Missouri and Oklahoma. Noon kick, ABC. JC, the Sooners, who are searching, by the way, for 10 wins this year in a turnaround season under Brent Venables, would have to get their ninth to get to 10. They are 7.5-point favorites.
I'm going, I thought about Missouri for a little bit, but and look, if Eli Drinkwitz is pulling a fast one like he did last year when Missouri came to Columbia and Brady Cook was listed as doubtful the whole week and ended up starting and playing actually well, Missouri could give them a game. But Fuzzy Zollers is so I don't really care what Rob Williams, little Missouri expert, says. That guy's terrible. I mean, I heard some just crazy crap the other day out of Rob's mouth from her that, they were going to run Prebula off and Zollers is the future. If that guy's the future, put Missouri back on the schedule because he's god-awful. And he has no chance against Oklahoma. Now, they rushed for 326 yards against the Mississippi State defense last week, which is poor Coleman Hutzler doesn't really have many players, right? But they're not going to do that against Oklahoma. So I'm going to err on the side of history does not repeat itself. We get Fuzzy Zoller, and Oklahoma blows them out by 3 touchdowns because they're not going to be able to move them. They're not going to be able to just line up and run it. So I'm going with Oklahoma.
What do you think, Mad Dog?
I'm going Oklahoma too. I think, I don't expect Prebula to go. That truly is what kind of makes the difference here. Oklahoma.
Yeah, I'll take Oklahoma too. I don't need to say anything else because my record sucks. All right, Southern Cal is at Oregon. Game day is going to be back on the left coast in Eugene. This game is a little bit more intriguing than we maybe thought it might be. Top 15 teams. For what it's worth, we've got them at 9.5, but that number's pushed up to 10.5 today.
I saw that, yeah.
Mad Dog?
I'm going with the Ducks. I'm not buying the Trojans completely yet. We all know Autzen can be a tough place to play. So, yeah, give me Oregon.
Oregon. What do you think, JC?
Quack. I mean, look, Oregon's just a tougher team. Oregon hadn't played like world beaters this year.
No.
But I just physically, Oregon's going to show up. I mean, they know they can smell the playoff again. And I don't think they're as good as last year, but it doesn't matter. I think that they will defense it up against Southern Cal.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take Oregon as well. Southern Cal, they lost at Notre Dame by 10. They won at Nebraska. They won at Purdue. They lost at Illinois. I don't know how they'll handle this road environment this weekend. So let's go with a late cover for the Ducks. Quack, quack.
Like,
now, this is a very interesting line here, boys. Kentucky and Vanderbilt in Nashville. The Wildcats are on a winning streak. 3 in a row. They went to the Plains of Auburn. They held the Tigers to 3 points, who, by the way, will start true freshman Deuce Knight against Mercer this weekend. And they beat Florida. They squeaked out a win there, 38-7. And they did not fall asleep against an undefeated Tennessee Tech team. They beat the crap out of them, as a matter of fact, 42-10. So, JC, do they keep it within 10.5 in Nashville?
I'm going with Kentucky. Look, I'm telling you, Cutter Boley is a good quarterback. Nobody wants to believe me because nobody's watched a lick of Kentucky since the Gamecocks played him. But that guy is getting better and better. He's 18 for 21 last week. They have good backs. They're running the football. Their defense is playing better. Vanderbilt, to me, defensively is kind of waning like they did last year. That's why Carolina, again, the schedule was less than ideal. Playing them when they're fully at full strength and not tired. Something tells me Kentucky's going to cover. And hey, they could win the game straight up. I would almost rather, it's like a mercy killing. I would almost rather Kentucky beat them, knock them out of the playoff, to where I'm not sitting there looking at freaking Miami at 10-2 getting in the playoff over Vandy because of brand at the end of the year. So it's almost like a mercy killing. I wouldn't mind seeing them lose these next couple of games because I don't think they're getting in over not just the name teams from the SEC, but the name teams from the other conferences when their in-state rival Tennessee and Texas played less tough schedules than Vandy did this year. Just skated on in because they were, by God, 10-2.
I tell you what, Phil, I don't know how Mark Stoops does it from time to time. When you think they're dead in the water and they just find a way to stay afloat. I'm with JC. I've got Kentucky covering the 10.5. Oh, and by the way, on to Sherbert's point there, he's exactly right. The Vanderbilt defense in the last 2 games, Texas and Auburn, giving up 72 combined points.
That's a lot of points. And JC's right. Cutter Boley is getting better.
Yeah.
Developing on the field, which is good. That's what you want to see out of a young quarterback. I'm leaning towards Vanderbilt here. I'm looking at 9.5 on ESPN, which I would definitely take Vanderbilt at 9.5. Kentucky, yeah, I'm just going to stick with my gut. Go Vandy, because I think the burnout for them happens next week with Tennessee.
Okay.
Which I am with JC that it needs to happen. Dear Lord, please let Vanderbilt lose one more game because we're all going to get real.
It's not against nothing against
Vandy. No. They're a good team, and if they do end up going 10-2, then they deserve a shot at the playoff. I don't care how many SEC teams are in there. Period. So who's I mean,
if it's Oregon or Vandy at 10-2, I'm fine. But if it's Miami or BYU,
well, one of the teams that Vanderbilt would have to beat after this one to get to 10 wins in the regular season would be the Tennessee Volunteers. They'll make the trek to the Swamp this weekend. They are 4-point favorites currently over Florida. The Gators, much like South Carolina, can't go to the postseason. They're sitting there at 3-7, but they got a couple of important ones to play. Two of their top three rivals, if you will, Tennessee and Florida State next week. So, Mad Dog, do the Vols cover the 4?
Yeah, give me Tennessee. It's a better team.
How much? Who do you, aside from the spread, who do you want to win the game?
It'd be fun to see Florida win. I really don't care, though.
To
be honest, I really don't care.
I'm just thinking about this. Tennessee's offense is one that you've got to lock in. It's like playing a team in basketball, the full court presses. And I believe effort is an issue right now. That said, there are straight up goblins and ghosts in the swamp whenever the Tennessee Vols come to town.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been that way for a long. Fulmer made a deal with the devil in 2001 when he beat him down there and ruined Spurrier's last season. Other than that, they have owned Tennessee. I mean, I watched Felipe Franks throw the best pass of his life with no time on the clock in 2017 to beat them in a game, champions of life, who had a winless team in the SEC that year, should have won. They both got fired. And after that day, and then a couple of years ago, Tennessee, Florida wasn't worth a poo. And Tennessee was pretty good and beat them 29-16. It's just, I want to take Florida, but I just think they're going to be so disinterested. And whenever you're that way against Tennessee, man, they're just going to score. Maybe they exercise some demons this weekend.
I don't know why I'm doing this, and if anybody's following my betting advice this year, you've lost a crap ton of money. Although probably even out, because if you followed it the last 3 years, you made a bunch. I mean, as far as I've got here, correct me if I'm wrong, boys, but Tennessee hasn't won in the swamp since 2003.
Yeah, that was with the Zucker.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Yeah. So I'll take the Gators.
All right. Hey, wait, who'd you go with, JC?
Tennessee, reluctantly.
Yeah.
Reluctantly.
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I'm like Spurrier in the early years of Carolina. I just want to win more than I lose, guys.
That's right.
back to wanting to win more than we lose.
That's right.
Over under on
Carolina then to hit 500 in this damn game.
Over under this weekend on turnovers forced by the Gamecocks against the Chanticleers, JC, 2.5.
I want to go under because I think with Coastal's offense, they have an inaccurate quarterback and they're an air raid. A lot of 3 and outs, but usually when Carolina plays lower level teams under Beamer, there are a bushel of turnovers. So I'm going to go over.
I'm going over too. Phil?
Same, over. Yeah, I think 3 is a good number there.
7.
That's an even better
7-minute abs. I came up with 6-minute abs. All right, the tiebreaker. Juwan Howell, total yards. This is really hard. Hey, man, you got 5 carries for 319 yards. I think you're out now. I don't need to run you anymore. What do you think? Total. This is total yards now, Phil.
It was. I just made it total yards. So passing and rushing. I went 89 or receiving.
Oh, 89? Oh, okay.
I went 89.
All right. JC?
No faith. This always happens. There's a promising player that didn't get enough touches. The next week, Carolina plays, probably wins. I'm going 39.
Okay. Yeah,
I just don't think it never happens.
True. It's not wrong.
No, I hope he gets 200. I mean,
right.
I love the kid. I mean, I think he should have been playing. But you know how it goes around here, especially with the running back rotation.
Okay. So I'm gonna go with 51. 51. The crazy thing about all of that, and by the way, that concludes this week's version of the Fab Five.
That's right.
The crazy thing about all of that is that we saw him. You know what I mean? Like, what were the things that changed? Well, I can tell you one thing that changed. They moved their left guard to right tackle, and Juwan Howell got like the first carry of the game. It was like, I don't think we've seen him since South Carolina State. You got a new OC, and all of a sudden the dude's in there, and he's running like a madman.
They ran some 20 personnel with him and Fuller in the backfield, and
crazy.
I don't know. You know, I mean, now Beamer did say he's been practicing better and his blocking is cleaned up. That was an issue. Knowledge of the playbook was an issue if you're wondering why. But, who's surprised? Well, once you simplify the playbook, don't you? This kid's all of a sudden looking like he knows what he's doing a lot, right? Blocking well, you know. I mean,
start seeing some guys that you haven't seen all year.
Listen, man. I mean, and look, you look at his snap count. He got 20 snaps. I think Rasul was at 28. Fuller was also at 20. So he played. It was just, just never got the ball until the pass. He caught a pass in the fourth quarter, but and he did not fumble. So I think he got in the doghouse after the fumble in the Citrus Bowl last year. People just forgot about him. I'm like, he's significantly better than a lot of these guys, right now. And he's always reminded me of Derek Watson. It's not just because he wears 22. He's that 220-pound guy. Yeah, man, just a really good spin move, quick feet, explosive. I mean, he was this close from housing a run the other day against A&M. Just got tripped up. So,
well, I think that when you see these guys play who don't play often, like didn't see Matt Fuller's in there, and you didn't see Juwan Howell's in there. You look back and you remember, a lot of the summer reporting. We did a lot of this here, and folks elsewhere. It's hard to get information when you can't actually see it with your own eyes, but there's a reason why it was largely celebrated, this running back room. Like, there's a lot of talent in there. They've been mismanaged, if you ask me, but that's the whole offense, and I don't have enough time left in my day to go back into that hole. But
welcome to the offensive hole.
Yeah. But when you see them, you're like, man, these guys are pretty good. All right.
I like these guys. They are funny guys.
They are funny guys.
Quote from Three Amigos. El Guapo. I didn't see. I was going to quote El Guapo today, Phil.
Did y'all watch the Eddie Murphy thing last night, or did you watch the CMA Awards? Which was it?
Neither. I watched. I don't like the CMA Awards anymore because I lived in Nashville for 7 years, and there's traffic issues.
My wife and I went out on a date, so I didn't really watch anything.
I watched Murdoch thing.
And
the episode with the incident, and it was.
I know
it leaves a lot to think about. You have a lot to think about with it. When you look at it, kind of a lot to think about. Again, the guy that created the show is a big Gamecock. He's on the Big Spur message board, posting up a storm every day. I'm not going to tell you who he is, but I'm proud of him because that's even if there were no Gamecock connections at all, that is good TV. That's good, Phil.
That's good TV.
Well, that's good TV. This, that, and the other. All right. Well, boys, it's 12:15. I am 15 minutes past due for an avocado, so I need to get that.
You have the avocado timer clock at the house. It's got
my
an
alarm
avocado.
goes
with hands on it.
At noon, it starts going do 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 do.
Yeah, or it plays the mariachi music.
Starts playing, Hispanic music. I speaking of that, finally got my outdoor Christmas music set up yesterday. So every day at 5 o'clock until 8 o'clock, there's Christmas music playing on the corner where we live for people who walk by. And no, in the evening.
I was like, bro, that's bold. That ain't HOA's gonna get after your ass. 5 a.m. The Bradford lights up.
That's the call to, what's it called? The Derby. The call to
Reveille.
Yeah, so because all of our lights have been up, so now we were looking for the final piece. We got it. There you go.
It looks fantastic, Clark.
Thank you. There's only one thing that's not out. I got to work on that, but it's been about 10 days in the making.
Yeah. Hey, Week 11's Fab 5 winner is T. Van Dyke, which I think is Tyler Van Dyke? Thomas Van Dyke. All right.
Okay.
Thomas Van Dyke.
Send me his info, and I'll pass it along.
I will. I'll forward it right along. I knew I had it around here somewhere.
Yeah, he's good people. Really good people.
Good people, Thomas Van Dyke. Well, good. I'm glad good people are winning this competition.
All right, well, all you good people, go to porchandpit.com and order your Sweet Jesus turkey brine. Save the holidays at your house. Don't screw up the turkey. Don't screw up the remember Tim Allen and the Santa Claus? Burn a turkey. Don't be that guy.
Don't be that guy.
Save the day. Porchandpit.com, a certified SC grown product made in Columbia, South Carolina.
All right.
All right, boys. We will see you tomorrow. We do have Derek Scott joining us from West Virginia. By God, Virginia tomorrow at 11 o'clock when Matt gets on. So we'll mix in a little hoops conversation in the preview show. Looking forward to that. He is playing the Old White course today. So we have to get a score update from him on his golf game.
Okay.
Michael Lynn says he prefers the honey baked ham. That's great. My best friend owns honey baked ham.
I love honey baked ham.
Buy all the honey baked ham you can in Summerville, South Carolina, or Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. Support the Cisco Family Fund. All right. See y'all tomorrow, boys. Have a great day.
Screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McCheese, but Ronald is my homeboy now and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too, big red shoes. Clowns are people too, don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Inside the Gamecocks, the show built by the Barn Dough Co. We are live from the mountains to the sea here in the great state of South Carolina. We are, of course, coast to coast, nationwide, and worldwide via the World Wide Web and the Chief Sports app. It is Thirsty Thursday around here. That means, of course, we get to belly up to the bar and get a taste of the Gamecock Smorgasbord with Alex Jones. Also have a new VHS dates for him. I'm Phil Mad Dog Mullinax here live from the upstate of South Carolina, and JC Sherbert from Points Unknown. Might be in the Central Time Zone. Who knows? But we, my co-host as always. Hey, man, I'm ready to roll on Thursday. Today, JC, I've been up and at 'em like early.
Yeah, I saw that.
I have been on the move, like completely on the move this morning. But yeah, hey, that's all right. Got things rolling. Been sitting here listening to the morning show. Great morning show today. New partnership announced with between us here at Chief and our 4-quarter Friday show and the South Carolina Athletic Coaches Association. Try to help support South Carolina high school athletics across the state and shine a light that really is kind of grown dim with the kind of demise of local newspapers. Man, there's not as much coverage of some of these local smaller schools, and thus less support in some of these communities. So happy to be a part of that.
Yes, yeah. Scott Early is. I've known him for a long time. He's every program he's been at, he's done a really good job of doing things like that, reigniting the community. I mean, you can ask the folks at Myrtle Beach High School. They have a great booster club down there, or they did, at least, 7-8 years ago. I think they still do at Myrtle Beach High. And he kind of got all that started and really set the stage there, did a good job at Westside. I mean, Scott Early's good people and always good to partner with anything he's involved with. And, 4-quarter Friday and high school sports is a passion of all of ours in the state of South Carolina. And you're right. It's tough to get, the coverage like it used to. The newspaper business has seen better days long ago. And it's something that, we hope to continue to build out as we move forward. And don't forget 4-quarter Friday tomorrow. And you can also subscribe to the podcast. So please do that. Really excited about that and all that good stuff, and great interviews with Perry and Hale, and just a fantastic episode of the morning show earlier today. Lots of people talking about, because we got the Sweet Jesus Brine partnership that was there. Do we get a cut of every bottle they sell? Do we get money off that?
I mean, that's how I would have worded the contract.
I'll start promoting it. No, I got a bottle myself there. No, I mean, we're just, it's relative. Steve Hall was, obviously is part of our team here. And so, but it's, the wife looked at it yesterday, said it looked like good stuff. So, we'll see. I know don't ask Phil about any turkey brine at all though, because Phil's thing is
I have my own turkey brine. No,
He's got his own thing he does. And if you want advice, you can contact Phil.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
He's going to tell you how he does it. Phil is a master. He's a Thanksgiving master.
It is. It's one of the things I take great pride in, JC, ever since I started taking over the cooking duties, because it's, just I've had it from all sorts of different types of families and meals and things like that. So I've assembled all of those things into one great basket for everybody to enjoy.
When Phil's won awards for his basting of the turkey, he's at the level of master baster.
I am a master baster when it comes to turkey.
He's a master baster.
Oh God. I'm gonna put that on next Wednesday's little
Master
tagline
Baster.
under my name. Master Baster.
That's true. But I want to read some of this stuff here. I mean, because Michael started something with the honey baked ham in the Nana Sports chat box. By the way, Nana Sports pimento cheese is a great thing to get for your Thanksgiving feast. You can go order at nanasports.com. You put that bad boy in a bucket, bite the pimento cheese straight out of the bucket, and a little bucket I would recommend, and little crackers, set out as an app for your guests on Thanksgiving.
Oh, that'd be delicious.
But Michael said he loves the honey baked ham. Hope says I get that every year along with doing a turkey in the old fashioned oven. Yeah, my rest their souls. My grandparents had passed away. I was very lucky. I lived to be damn near 50 and still had, or 45 at least, still had both grandparents on my dad's side.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they're gone now. But one of the great things about going over there for Thanksgiving or Christmas, they got both the turkey and the ham. I'm not a huge turkey guy. I'll eat it, but if you ask me, would I rather have a honey baked ham or honey? But my grandfather got the carving down to a science, Phil. It was like he had the electric knife, you bake it all up, and he would carve it into these almost like fancy little slices that were identical and put them on, like laid out on the plate, like not too thick, not too thin, white meat, dark meat, the honey baked. I mean, dude, he was money.
Take you a picture of it good. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Then, you take it's a better homes and garden style.
That's right.
And it was awesome. But God bless them. Hope they're up in heaven listening to the show most of the time, because a lot of things I say on here they probably wouldn't appreciate or approve of. But I do miss them every single day. Bruin says Bruin's always, I want to give this to my boy Bruin here. When it comes to food, he brings it strong. Right. We have the tailgate show every Saturday, and if he's got something going on, it's strong. If we get into a discussion here on the show, it's always strong. Bruin is very strong with this. Very strong with this. So here's what he's having. I'm smoking turkey breast and double smoking Jack Daniel's cherry glaze ham. And he's like, the ham is off the chain, as we used to say back in the 1900s.
That's right. Dude, cherry glazed ham. Like, I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of sweet glazed ham, but a double smoked Jack Daniel's cherry glaze.
I'd have to maybe make an exception.
That sounds like something I might enjoy.
Probably just got like a hint of the fruitiness to it. Like these people that put the pineapple glaze all over the ham, I just cut around it.
I don't. Yeah, right. If I wanted to eat a bowl full of sugar, I would have eaten a bowl full of sugar.
Hope says the demise of the newspaper always makes me sad. The newspaper when it was good. Like,
right. Yeah.
When I worked for the time I left in 2004 till now, like you just started understanding like how management did not get it. And things like, well, gosh, it was 2003 and we were running Windows 95, having to lay out a whole paper. And I mean, it was just, it's like they freaked themselves out that they weren't making money anymore. And good reporters and editorial people suffered. Kent State fighting Sabins. Oh yeah. Because Lance said, go. I know you got to push my golden flashes. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Johnsonville's still alive in the playoffs.
That's right.
And Lance loves the 4-quarter Friday show. Quentin says JC is Mayor McCheese. Well, he is the most noble character in all of McDonald land.
This is true.
Mm-hmm. So there we go. Doc says no local papers means no local sports, and what the local politics are doing to us till it's done. But that's an issue for a different time. Yeah, there's nobody watching the hen house.
Right.
That's right. Out with local stuff. Bruin's family, he does the turkey ham dressing, deviled eggs. One time I was at the Mississippi State Carolina game in 2000. It was the fade game with Eric Kimberly. I was in college.
Yeah.
I went to this lady's tailgate afterwards. I didn't know crap about crap. I was 23 years old or whatever. With she would become my wife and my girlfriend. I go by this tailgate. I was hungry. You're kind of hungry because you drank beer all morning, and then you couldn't drink in the stadium, so you're kind of sobered up and get a little munchies. I ate like 2 deviled eggs, and this woman literally looked at me and gave me a scowl. I'll never forget this. It was back when you could park right beside the stadium.
Yeah, right
There's
next to it.
concrete,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You can't park there anymore. She was right there, rich, like these were golden devil. These are the golden devil. I think this woman just wanted to eat a bunch of them on the way home and torture her husband with gas later. But she literally slammed down the Tupperware and put it in and gave me a scowl. I only had 2, man. 2.
1 whole leg. I mean, come on.
So Hope said the best thing was waking up on a Sunday morning, grabbing the sports section. Yeah, I used to go read the paper every single day. In Greenville, Spartanburg, I buy a Greenville News and a Herald Journal. Read it. So,
shoot, Greenville used to have 2 newspapers. I mean, that's how
Greenville
far we've
News and the
dropped,
Piedmont.
right? Yeah.
Sunday paper's $5 now. Yeah, coupons. Frank checks in. Luxardo cherry glazed anything. There you go, Frank. Deviled eggs always have to be a side dish. Usually me at Easter. Yeah, it's a great Easter dish.
Mm-hmm.
Sunday paper doesn't even have a sports section. Insane. Yeah.
Wow.
Steven just wants the Jack Daniels.
Yeah. Well, I like the way Lance rolls here. It's like, yeah, prefer drinking moonshine all night, slow cooking a hog on wood. That is also a fine meal.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes, it is.
There with your jar of medicine on the porch.
Yes, you did, Brett. Yes, you did.
You did.
Okay. All right, so we're going to take our first break here so we don't get behind. And then we're going to come back and actually talk about sports. Don't forget Sweet Teases Turkey Brine. Give them the website, Phil.
Yeah, it is porchandpit.com. I dropped it in the chat earlier. I'll drop it again in here.
Porchandpit.com. Be sure to do that and check that out as well. As you can get your nuts together too. GameDayNuts.net. That's always a good delicacy as we're talking about it's the eating holiday, if you will. Thanksgiving. The eating holiday. All right. We'll be back. Wait a minute. We need music, don't we?
Yeah, hold on. We got to roll out some music.
My bad.
No,
yeah, we can't get all off,
I need a third hand.
Lance said Eli Ellis is him. I agree. He's a dog, dude.
Dude, man, it's so great to see like that crazy highlight reel, social media guy be basically the same thing at the next level.
Yeah. I will caution everybody.
No, yeah. Competition
is about to go up a little bit. But I'm not sitting here saying he's not going to be able to do it. I mean, in fact, I think it's just the opposite. I think he will be able to be that guy against Butler, the SEC, Clemson, Sisters of the Poor. Who do they play? The Albany Retrievers later this year. Load them too. Anybody they play, and I think we'll start seeing it tomorrow night. I do want to talk about that a little bit, Phil, like what these next 2 games in West Virginia means, because I'm a little concerned that football, not negativity, but football frustration is going to bleed into basketball.
Yeah.
Because of the mindset. And look, I'm not trying to change anybody's mind because it's a fruitless exercise. But I do have concerns because, it's 2 games, right? They can always rally, even though. Anyway, we'll get to that in a second. Inside the Gamecocks show, built by the Barndo Co. We'll be back after these messages.
Hey Gamecock fans, happy holidays from all of us here at the Barn Dominium Company. Many of you will be spending your holidays in one of our beautifully built Barn Dominium homes. Thank you for letting us make your dreams come true. We hope you find peace, joy, and love during the most wonderful time of the year.
This is a breaking news event. We now have boiled peanuts without the shells.
Sorry, Alex. Did you say boiled peanuts without the shells?
Yes, boiled peanuts. No shells. Go to GameDayNuts.net and order them for game day.
Morning, Carl. Usual?
Yeah.
Your oldest was in here the other day. Said the two of you took a trip down to my neck of the woods. How'd that go?
You might as well give me one of those Carolina cars while you're at it.
I knew I liked that one.
Yeah.
There you go, my friend.
Thanks.
Hey, Carl. Congratulations.
See you tomorrow, Freddie.
You bet.
At Moultrie Insurance, our agents are working for you. Our commercial lines of coverage are well sourced and intimately chosen. We offer commercial lines of coverage such as business owners, umbrella, property, auto, or general liability coverage, and evaluate every option to find what fits you best. Like a good offensive coordinator, we will draw up the plays, but only run with what you feel comfortable. Get in touch with our quarterback, Perry Orth, or our head coach, Frank, by visiting MoultrieINS.com. MoultrieINS.com. Moultrie Insurance, proud supporters of the South Carolina Gamecocks.
Are you ready? The 9th annual Toys for Tots Christmas Show with Patrick Davis and special guests is Black Friday night, November 28th. The night before the Carolina-Clemson game at the Senate in Columbia. Get your tickets now at patrickdavismusic.com or on the Chief Sports app and get ready to party. Go Gamecocks.
To my dying day, I'll be a South Carolina Gamecock.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com, man, that's good.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks, the show rolling on here on a Thursday, clearing up some stuff out of the chat box. Everybody looking forward to Thanksgiving, which is nice. Don't forget, Alex Jones joins us here at the top of the hour, 1 o'clock hour for Gamecock Smorgasbord. And just in time, our friends at VHS Dates on Instagram have decided to put out a new one for us to get Alex to review.
I didn't even look at it yet, Phil. I'm about to do it the next break.
Oh, it's pretty funny.
Is it good? Let's see if it gets a 5-star rating this time. Speaking of 5-star ratings, if you're listening on podcast, please go rate us 5 stars. Write a nice review. If you wrote a not nice review, we hate you.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
That's right.
It's kind of funny because it's like the 1-star reviews never have any constructive criticism. It's like it's just way out to left field. Kind of stuff that's I don't know, sounds kind of personal or agenda filled to me. But you have constructive criticism. Well, there's one that rated as 3, and it was when I think my mic was malfunctioning. We had some sound issues, and the pod version we had a lot of ads that from the podcast version blending in with the other ones, and stuff like that. That's constructive,
Yeah.
But, if you're not constructive, don't leave a review. But I know all our loyal listeners will gladly do that. That helps us. The 1A playoffs in football, very exciting. And I think I got this right. Johnsonville plays at Cross. Cross, of course, has Caden Ramsey, Gamecock commit, stud player. They've been good all year. The Flashes have their hands full. The other side is Bamberg Earhart, traditional power at Carver's Bay, which has another Gamecock commit. In the upstate, I don't know how in the hell Lamar is in the upstate, but that's not for me to decide. Hunter Kennard Tyler plays them. And then C.A. Johnson, a team in Columbia, I don't remember them being particularly good at football, but what do I know? When I moved back to Greenville in 2015, Southside Christian had won a state title or something. I had no idea they had a football team. Hillcrest had won one too, and they were god awful when I left. So what do I know? I'm just a redneck from Spartanburg County, Phil. But they go travel over to Louisville and play the home of Sheldon Brown and Louisville. So that's a lot of traditional powers, especially in the lower state. That's a serious set of quarterfinals right there.
Yeah, I mean, Louisville even took out Abbeville there, and which was
they got a lot of pride.
Blew up one side of my bracket, but that's all right. I had Abbeville facing off against the Flashes.
I know so little about it, Phil. I didn't even pick it. And like I said, this whole football season for me has been like the Empire Strikes Back. Star Wars, they blew up the Death Star.
Yeah,
that's like Lenora Sellers going into the end zone against Clemson at the end, and all the playoff talk and the whole all season, and then
next thing you know, you're freezing your ass off trying to run away from the Empire,
slicing open an intergalactic horse beast to keep me alive. My best friend gets frozen and put in carbon.
Right.
Some gangster caught up with him. Lando Calrissian betrays me.
Yeah, and you lose a hand.
And then I find out something about my dad, which actually happened this past weekend.
Oh, wow.
Bro, I'm just going to tell you this story because it's kind of crazy. So we all have people in our families that are a little off. And my youngest brother's ex, his baby mama, and the baby lives with my parents now, right? They're raising her. They've adopted her.
She's definitely off.
So my mom calls me 10 minutes before kickoff Saturday. She doesn't know, and she's like, right. Hey, you got to see these. I'll keep her name out of it. You got to see this post on Facebook. Dude, I just brought this up because of the Empire Strikes Back thing, but it is relevant here, Phil. It's fascinating, actually. It's let me find it real quick because it's lunatic Looney Tunes, dude. Here it is. It's right beside Jamie Bradford's video of his Christmas decorations. So, all right. Telepathy is being tested in the cities, and I'm one they waited for to test since I was a liability and I knew important people. My exes and insert my brother's name, family, such as lead communication engineers Linda. Linda's like sort of like my stepfather's relative that she would. All right, Linda and technological engineer enter my brother's name. Technological engineer is not something I'd use to describe my brother. He used to work for Phil. He knows. They say his father's still alive and in the 666 Mafia. My dad died in 1995. Right. WTF they means is he was reported dead, but is working for the feds.
We have a friend that if somebody told us that story, we would believe it. However,
I know what you're talking about.
However,
also somebody's brother.
Right.
I'm like, my mom sends me this. She's like, cuckoo. I was like, my God, what? Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Right. Yeah, it is.
Like so I'm sitting there. I told my wife, I said, well, apparently my dad's still alive. After that, like Nat comes and meets me at the bar after blowing that lead. And I'm like, it's just the end of the world.
That's right.
And I'm like, well, I got potentially good news here.
That's right.
I'm afraid I've got some potentially good news for you.
It's time for you to go on a great quest. You have to get to the bottom of this.
Your dad is still alive. That's right. In December 7th, it will be 30 years he's been gone, which is a milestone. But man,
yeah.
I'm like, so you're telling me this whole time? Did you find that out via the telepathy experiment?
It was. I mean, that's what she's some sort of.
Well, I mean, it was like,
Oh my.
So there's another post where she says she's been chipped by the government and now I'm a puppet or hamster, as somebody named quote unquote country calls it. telepathy and radio towers are real. Well, I've got some news for you, Phil. One of these things, very real.
Very real.
The other, maybe not. I am the one getting tested and tried right now, but it's been in my arms since her birth. She's talking about her daughter. Blah, blah, blah. My family all knew about it apparently. Because she's getting pre-tested in Pelzer, where my mom lives. And then she puts my mom's address up there.
Oh, wow. Just doxes your mom, like right out of the damn.
But what the not no house number, but there's only about 13, 14 houses.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, street really narrows it down in that instance because there's aren't that many there.
And I'm like, geez, a blood relative of mine is a blood relative of this person's. You know what that means, Phil?
Blood of your blood.
Baby bro needs to make better choices.
Well,
this goes without saying.
No doubt.
Man. So Han Solo, his mom and dad was frozen in carbon, and now, he's still alive, whatever. Anything that could have happened this football season has happened. It's the Empire Strikes Back.
It is. Things turned on a dime. I mean, but hey, listen, if the story arc continues, then next season's going to be great.
Hopefully so.
Right? Yeah, next season's going to turn out great.
Dabo's like, this battleship's fully operational. Clemson like loses all their players and they have low expectations and they start like 9-0. It's like, this battleship is fully operational.
Admiral Swinney.
Good Lord of mercy. Oh, anyway, if you can't laugh, you're gonna cry, people.
That's right.
Back to basketball and the concerns. Okay, so Phil, there's an alcohol discussion going on.
Yeah, I see that.
Bruin mentions they always put Lamar in the upstate because there's not enough upstate 1A schools. Yeah, okay, I can understand that. So he mentions Eli Ellis and all that good stuff. Jay Frew says, is it in 6 parts? No, just hopefully just a trilogy. I don't know. I can't take the Skywalker crap at the end. To me, that's a lot like this season. Episodes 7, 8, and 9 are a lot like this football season. It's like, why'd you ruin such a good thing?
My mom's listening today. She's taking shots at me over my shots at her on parsnips.
Phil, your mom does not strike me as the type that would, just dig that.
No,
I follow her on Instagram. That's the extent.
Not digging. No. She's
extent that I know about her, and I think she's always doing some crafts. And
real crafty, food. And it makes sense for her to experiment at Thanksgiving. She's like, she does like trying out new recipes, which I know she does like trying out new recipes.
One time,
my mom a lot when I was a kid growing up. She cooked, and always tried something new out.
My mom's family's from Myrtle Beach, and one time they brought oyster dressing to Christmas or something. Some people loved it, some people did not. So, anyway, Doc talking about gives us a lot of faith for our future. JC, yeah. My brother's in his. I mean, he's
it's
almost 40, so. I guess he's JP Bradford's age.
He should know better,
But anyway, so basketball. Back to basketball.
We're all over the place today.
So here's my concern. I've been looking at and hats off to the Gamecock fan. Gosh, his first name escapes me. Came to Chicago for a vacation, asked me where to go and stuff, and actually took in the Northwestern DePaul game. And gave me a little scouting report. They look really good. Chris Collins obviously is an excellent coach. They are way above their historical average. They're usually pretty bad in basketball, but for some reason they're a tough out. So that's Sunday, and then Butler obviously probably had kind of a it's fair to say they've had a fall since the Brad Stevens days, Phil. But they got Thad Matta back as the Butler coach, and they're scoring a lot. They did lose to SMU. My point is the competition level's going up. So, and look, you look at the ESPN BPI and point spreads and all this stuff. Carolina's not favored, but I don't think that means much right now. Who the hell knows? Carolina could go hit a bunch of threes up there and run them all out of the gym. Carolina could be ice cold and get run out of the gym. My concern is this: because of football, I believe there is more of a latching on of the fan base to this basketball team because they've done what we're all craving, which is win. And it's also a nice brand of basketball to watch when, a bunch of threes and a bunch of different guys sharing the ball. That's a lot different than last basketball season. It's not a selfish team. It's the way the game should be played. A lot like the team 2 years ago. We enjoyed watching them play just because of how they played. I mean, that team got beat 100-61 down at Auburn, and we came right back the next week. We're like, okay, is get up again. It wasn't devastating. My concern is based on this reverse heater that men's sports around here have been on, that if they lose these 2 games, which it's important that they don't, just for tournament resume building and stuff, that people are just going to check out. Season's over. And I hope that doesn't happen.
No, that would be a shame. Yeah, it's too early. Yeah.
So
hey, you know what? This might be one of the reasons. This is definitely another argument for it starts too damn early, and there should not be this overlap, right? Because it's like it's all the feelings from one carry right on over to the other because everyone's Gamecock athletic psyche is so fragile right now.
Yeah, and Michael in the chat box says something great. He's, I don't think Lamont's figured out his permanent rotation yet. It's good to see them get better at team ball each game. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'll say this. I think Mike Sharv Jams is one of their best players. Yeah. Michi only had 2 the other night scoring wise, but I thought he played pretty well and he got hurt, came back in. He's one of their best players. I think Eli Ellis is one of their best players. The rest of them, I like what I see from Grant Polk and his role and Hayden Simeon. Those are 2 freshmen that have roles, on the team. The rest of them kind of up and down. Norden Capek to me is a very solid guy.
Yeah.
There's somebody on the site today, and this guy last year went on and on about firing Lamont Paris and called everybody a bunch of losers and stuff, which is fine. That was a bad year. It was the second 20-loss year in 3 years. I don't expect anybody to be patient. I mean, and this guy's a good poster, and he's been in the chat box before, and he knows what he's talking about. But he's got this skewed point of view, and so he kind of used a football argument to pick apart the basketball team. Well, Elijah Strong's defense sucks, and he's the first post off the bench. Well, that's the key thing. They're off the bench, I agree with his assessment of him as a player, especially defensively. I do think on certain nights when he's on, he's good offensively. He can rebound a little bit, but you also have a Jordan Butler that's starting to get it.
Right. It looks like it's finally coming together for him. Right. Yeah.
I'll be honest. Krista Sandico screwed up a couple of times up and down the court, but man, I thought he did some good things against Radford. And he's a big body and just needs to keep coming on. Hayden Simeon is that kind of glue guy that does everything on the inside, and then Norden Capek. So I don't know that you necessarily need Elijah Strong to become this big defensive stopper to have a good team.
No.
I think it's kind of a football thing because in football, like your backup corner, as we've found out at times this year, a reserve corner comes in the game, a smart OC and smart quarterback recognizes it, and they check to the 9 route, and that's a touchdown. You've seen that before. But I think they're in good shape. I thought the Radford game, even though I do believe Radford was tired 3 games in 4 days, they did some things they hadn't done the first 3 contests. They didn't rely on the outside shot. They got the ball in and kind of working on things. That's dangerous sometimes if you play a good mid-major, Phil, because you get your butt beat by trying to work on some things. But they did all right, and it was encouraging. So
the schedule was designed to be a big tune-up, right, to head into the SEC. So assuming that you're still able to get these wins, then and that's okay. Now, I mean, yeah, you might drop one, maybe two. I think you could probably, kind of live with, depending. And there again, like you could lose to Butler or Northwestern, and they turn around and make a run in their conference, and it doesn't hurt you at all. This is a neutral court. You're going to get leeway in it to, it'll be a quad one faster than it wouldn't be a quad one, I mean, because you're not playing at home. So the way that basketball analytics is set up, dropping a game to a Power 4 team or a high major it's not just gonna eat you up.
I'll say this too. It's like they could win both games, then lose to Charleston Southern or the Retrievers at home, get boat raced by Virginia Tech and Clemson, and still limp into the SEC.
Right.
Yeah. I'm not being positive Pollyanna here. I'm just saying that my hope is if things don't go well, which could happen, that everybody on November, whatever, doesn't just throw in the towel and say, I quit.
Yeah.
Because these guys be good. Nana Sports chat box. Michael says they should beat Northwestern. Doc says it really depends on how the games play out. If we blow huge leads and drip them, then that could happen. People could transfer frustrations or drop them, not drip them. Sorry, Doc. Gamecock depression. Anytime we acknowledge Gamecock depression here, we're not being positive Pollyannas. Hence the name.
Gamecock depression or Pimp on a Blimp shows up. Then
Pimp on a Blimp, it tells it just like he sees it too. The way they shoot the three, I'd imagine they'll lose games they're not supposed to, but also beat teams they're not supposed to. It's going to be an interesting season. Yeah, I think the key there is I don't think it's realistic to live and die by the three, even though it is a very good shooting team. I think you have to have other ways to score. And the one thing I want to see, I thought they defended better against Radford.
Yeah.
You may not be great at defense, like you may not have these rim protectors like people talk about, but you can play hard on defense, right? And make things more. You can't just make things easy. And that's for Lamont Paris's system, whatever you talk about, that's part of it is playing pressure, playing good D. Got to play good D. Gamecock depression also says not outsized, but we have 7-footers that act like they're not 7 feet. That's true. It's getting better.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully by SEC play, especially at Sondico, Butler's made a lot of progress. He's still kind of a work in progress. He's still kind of a finesse guy. But Sondico's that dude was 300 pounds. I mean,
he's a big body, right? 7-footer. Right?
He's French though, Phil. But so is one of the best players in the NBA. He's French too.
So is Wembanyama. That's right.
Who
literally looks like Slender Man out there. I mean, he is like I worry about. I get nervous watching Wemby because I'm like, his legs are no bigger around than my wrist. I'm like, my goodness, he's one bad bump away from just like shattering.
It's crazy. He's like watching all these football players through the years. You get used to being around bigger.
Right. Yeah.
Then you'll go to like something like basketball wise, and you'll see like a 6'11" basketball guy that's like 230, 240, skinny as a rail. It's crazy.
That's right.
All elbows and knees, man. It's kind of interesting. So, TD no, and then we'll get to a break here because we got to get to this awesome VHS dates. And obviously, Michael goes in the Nana Sports chat box. Wemby's an alien from Mars.
Yeah.
TD no says, I don't think there's anything the basketball team could do to hurt me like the football team has.
Right.
Helps having low expectations. Lowered expectations.
Lowered expectations. We are starting from a lower point at the beginning of the season with basketball.
Yeah, I like the team though, and like Bradford and Rob were talking yesterday. Lamont Paris looks like he's having fun. I'll tell you this: it's set up more like they play more like his good team did. There's not a lot of selfishness you see. And bad shots and things like that. You have shots that don't go in. You have ugly shots. There's a couple of guys that, you're like, it's not a bad shot to take if you're open, but my God, hit the rim.
Yeah, right.
You're gonna get a shot clock violation. Anyway, VHS dates up next, along with the great Alex Jones and Gamecock Smorgasbord. I want to give a shout out to McKellar Enterprises. If you want your golf game to look great, then go get one of her gift cards, and you get 10% off right now.
Yeah.
For being a listener of Inside the Gamecocks, the show, the morning show, Chief Sports, all that. Meredith's former All-American golfer at Carolina. She's literally winning championships right now with some of her high school students. And if you want to get after that club championship, maybe you should go get one of those gift certificates, Phil.
I mean,
Phil,
because you're not doing it on your own. History proves that out. You need some help.
I think Phil will be an excellent golfer. When I move back, me and Phil, we're going to make that. Me and Phil are going to get lessons, and we're going to start. Phil looks like a cast member in Caddyshack. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll be back after this hour 2 of the show coming up.
Fans, listen up. The official Chief Sports Apparel store is extended until December 3rd on the Chief Sports app. Quality gear, including Nike apparel, shipping within 2 days of ordering. Men, women, and children can choose from a variety of Chief Sports products this holiday season. Order now in the Chief Sports app. Available until December 3rd.
If you live in the Midlands and have a Medicare Advantage plan, please listen carefully.
Hello, I'm Joel Lurie. Due to recent congressional action regarding prescription drug costs, it's very important for you to review your plan. There are major changes that could affect your coverage and how much you pay. If you would like a review of your Medicare Advantage plan, call Lurie Life and Health in Columbia, 803-256-2067. Our service is at no cost.
Hey folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right, you know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience and service, second to none. Residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell them Mike sent you.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
At JT's Kia, we have a lot to be thankful for. We're especially thankful for the customers we get to know and serve. We have additional inventory we have to move, and that means savings we haven't been able to offer in over 3 years. Get a new Kia Sportage reduced $5,000. New Kia Sorrentos, new Kia Carnivals reduced $7,000. Get 0% for 72 months.
We're serious about saving you money.
And we're seriously thankful for our customers.
Happy Thanksgiving. JT's Kia.
Season of New Tradition sales event.
And now, the show goes on.
Ladies, those of you watching, welcome to your future. I'm Sean Roach, Sean with a W. Well, I'm a catch, 6'3.5", and I've been underweight my whole life, so if things come up in a relationship, this was romantic, this was not romantic. I operate from a place of trying to be very romantic, so that's not going to ever be my fault. If you want to break down a movie afterwards, I'm not very interested in that. So I would say that's your for you. I don't like to be told what to do. Somebody tries to direct me into a parking space. That's not going to go well. Well, I own a specialty pet store, mainly terrarium animals, reptiles, of course, and some spiders. The ideal first date for a lady, good news, I'm not just taking you out for spaghetti and wine. I'm going to invite you to my pet store. The moment you walk in the door, you know you're riding on a 20% discount, and you might end up with a new pet and a boyfriend. I'm pretty open on the qualities of a woman I'm looking for, as long as you have olive skin and plenty of curves, soft voice. I don't like loud noises. Painted nails are fine, just not red. I'm in this for the long haul. I would hope my next relationship is forever, but I'm also fine with 10 years. And I dare you to date me 10 years and try to turn loose of this. Well, ladies, those of you watching, welcome to your future. Sean.
Do not tell that man where to park.
No, you'll probably find a black mamba in your bed.
Really?
I mean, all right. So what I wanted him to say when he left, he needs to be a little cooler with it, because he's already messed it up. I mean, I think most women have turned this off by the time he got to the pet store.
Right.
Turned it off at pet store and spaghetti and wine.
He buried the lead.
This isn't Lady and the Tramp, dog. You're
going to be walking in with a 20%
discount. That's just what I want. Hey, I need a snake. I wanted him to say you've been walking out with a snake.
Snake,
right? A big snake, man. So 10 years. I mean, I dare you to date me 10 years. That's quite a dare. There needs to be some financial incentive and
date for 10 years.
Those animals probably are relatively expensive to import, and that's why he's dressed like he's got the pink undershirt, the Don Johnson Miami looking sports coat,
linen
hair, that beard's from modern times too. That's not from the 80s.
It's interesting. Yeah. 6'3". He's been underweight all his life.
Very doesn't want to break down the movie afterward, but he considers himself very romantic.
Very romantic.
So, if you go watch the Notebook, you don't want to talk about it.
He kept climbing the rankings for me throughout that whole video.
Yes, he
did. Like a high 3-star. It was like 4-star. Okay, he's elevating this game.
He's up there. The pet store part, man, that's like, whoa. That's
that makes him in the 5-star territory.
That's a good performance at a Nike. That's a dominant Nike camp.
Yeah, right. Yeah. This guy
a great senior film.
There you go. Yeah.
Wow, that's an Alabama or Georgia offer right there that came rolling in.
Played his way right into it.
Whoa,
love it.
Nana Sports chat box is going crazy. Somebody said he looked like John Edward. I think John Edwards got different colored hair, different hairstyle. Queen of the Cocks is leaving for South Carolina tonight. Says good morning. Don Johnson, you ain't my man. Doc says, wait, is that a suit coat? Queen says, I thought that was a doctor's coat. He's a doctor of love and exotic pets, but not the kind of, I bet he doesn't have any damn turtles. I would never go in there. I don't like snakes, and I'm not a fan of spiders either.
Mm-hmm.
My mom's terrified of spiders.
Reptiles. I mean, my immediate thought was like, Rocky with the turtles in the pet store, but then
no,
he is not Rocky.
It's not that.
He is not Rocky.
Rocky, he is not. Michael says, "Want to see my anaconda?" Yeah. I wanted him to drop that, but he goes boyfriend. And I'm like, you're such a. Oh my god, Anyway. Bruin says his wife likes spaghetti and wine. I don't know about spaghetti.
Yeah,
Italian food, yes.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, spaghetti. I mean, how are you gonna go to an expensive Italian restaurant and order spaghetti? I'm just not. I just don't. I mean, spaghetti.
If you're under a certain age, it's okay.
Yes,
right?
of course.
Right,
if you're a
right,
child,
right.
But dude, it's like, I mean, it has to be really, really, really good spaghetti. Which I don't know how you're going to top it from the First Baptist Church in Spartanburg on Wednesday night spaghetti night when I was growing up. That spaghetti was the bomb. I literally, after we talked about that day, Phil, literally went to my wife one night and I was like, we're making spaghetti.
We got to make spaghetti.
And it turned out horribly wrong. I couldn't replicate I think they used a little more tomato paste than maybe I could have, or better hamburger meat. You ever been to the spaghetti supper at the church, Alex? Do they have that? They have that down in Hampton County?
Yeah, that brought back some memories when you said that.
Yeah, I think maybe the garlic bread was off the chain. That's it. Spaghetti, noodles, garlic bread. It's a cheap way to feed the masses. It's like
no complaints from me.
Vacation Bible School, they'll tell you, Jesus broke the garlic bread instead of the fish, the wine, spaghetti and garlic bread. They tell little kids. It's just like our supper on Wednesday night when we feed the masses. Jesus did. With spaghetti.
You gotta have a little salad too.
Yeah. Oh, a little salad. I forgot, dude. The salad, like with the rat. There's radishes in it and little carrots and maybe a cucumber. Ain't no cherry tomatoes or and absolutely no croutons. A gallon of ranch and a gallon of Italian and maybe some Thousand Island for some of the older crowd. That's it. You're eating that.
Yeah.
You're eating the spaghetti. You can only get one piece of garlic bread because it's going to be out. Everybody's in there. It's loud as hell between choir and RAs and GAs. Alex knows what I'm laying down here.
Yeah.
Wednesday nights, man. Woo.
The sweet tea is off the charts.
It is now. We'd always get it from the Beacon. If you've ever had Beacon sweet tea, that's I drink more unsweet tea than sweet tea these days. But I'm definitely, if I get to go to South Carolina next week, we have an appointment at the Beacon next Wednesday. You don't really have to make an appointment there, by the way. Just making that. I want my boys to experience that. Anyway, Alex, we're talking a little basketball, so we're just going to switch to football. What did you think about Mike Furry's press conference yesterday? I posted this on the board today. I thought there was some, for everybody that's just a little, for lack of a better term, done with the Beamer press conferences right now. I thought it's kind of refreshing. There are people that are mad about 3rd and 2 and 4th and 2 and wanted him to maybe answer the question differently. Maybe there was a read that Lenoris missed and he's protecting. I don't know that to be the case. And the safety kind of crashed in there and blew the play up. Somebody did miss a block, from what I could tell. But I don't mind that. I'm not going to let perfect be the enemy of good or great. And I thought it was a good press conference for those that are looking for just something, because it was kind of honest. And, he talked about leadership, talked about a lot of things we have questions about. What did you think?
Yeah, he's always a really good interviewer, always a good press conference. Like him being the wide receivers coach, you only really heard from him in a setting like that probably twice a year, from like when he gets on a podium type of thing. But I thought he was really good. He kind of took accountability for a lot of things, said that got a little bit too aggressive there with some of the shot plays in the second half. And, I think there's some truth to that. That I thought, there was a lot of just really good things he said, not only about the game, but, working with Lenora Sellers. He talked about Nick Harbor's progress and how good it is to see what he was able to do, because you really kind of in that game on that long touchdown run saw that. Everything that you've been wanting to see from Nick Harbor, you saw in that. And I think a lot of credit goes to Mike Furry, but I think he's had a really good press conference, and not something that's really much of a surprise, because he's always been a really good interview and a guy that's going to answer every question in detail and give you a lot of thoughts.
Yeah, I thought so. And I think too, okay, so focusing on this, like I was thinking today, I was like, well, not that I'm always searching for positives during a season like this, but you always have to make yourself do it sometimes. And I always revert to individual players because that's what I like doing and what I'm good at. So when he mentioned what Nick Harbor was doing differently, technically, like splitting this, doing this on this, it wasn't coach speak as we think about it. It was actually coaching techniques, which is that's one of the reasons I never mind listening to Will Muschamp's press conference, because you'd learn something about football if you really were listening. And that's kind of like generally what we've been talking about with Nick Harbor all offseason is what we want to see him do. Like, I want to see him get the ball, turn upfield, and run off and leave people. He finally did it.
Yeah.
And we saw it. It was amazing, because I had questions. I was like, some people are fast and they don't ever play fast. Well, he started playing fast. I mean, I think that's part of his deep ball success this year. And then that was like, man, if you could start doing that, dog, that's some Xavier Legette style stuff.
Right.
And he's faster. But, Mike Furry explained it as to the how is he getting there?
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's done a fantastic job with him, and getting these freshmen ready to play. And Vendrevius Jacobs has improved, but just kind of talk about that for a little bit.
Yeah, on Harbor, he kind of talked about basically kind of put everything that we've been working on with him. You saw on that play where he found the open spot in the zone. He sat there and then immediately got up, got downhill, got through those defenders. And once he got through those defenders, there was no stopping him once he got to the end zone. And I think, for Mike Furry, that's probably got to be a good thing to see just because of all the work. And, Harbor, the thing with Harbor is that you could tell the light was coming on last year, but it was just being more consistent and building off of that. And you saw a lot of that this year. And you've seen that a lot of growth with some of those receivers. I mean, I thought Jaden Sellers as a freshman, he's shown some promise. I thought he was really good in that game. Drake Jacobs has taken a big step forward too. And I think, just the work he's put in with those guys, not only Harbor, but the rest of that room, you're seeing that room kind of for what they could do and kind of in their hands. They've taken a step forward with everything that's kind of going on with this offense.
I think they're pretty good when they get an opportunity. By the way, I'm sorry I misspoke, Michael. I think I said we're going to talk basketball, and I didn't finish my sentence. And because we had just talked basketball, and I meant to say we're going to talk basketball in a minute or later with Alex, and I screwed that up, so I apologize. Let's talk basketball. Mike Furry. Hey, Alex, Mike Furry. Let's talk a little basketball. Hey. Miller Lights are flowing at Casa de Sherb today at 12:18 Central on Thursday. In college, that's when the weekend started, man. Don't you get out of class Thursday afternoon? Alex was down at Salty Nut putting them back, right? About 2 p.m.
Thursday night, yeah.
Yeah. It was a big party night in college. I that was a bright spot. I was also thinking about some other players. Nick Harbor would be one that, man, if he could get back, and I don't know about anybody that's going to come back. And certainly a guy like that probably will get drafted just based on potential and what he's shown at times. But if he came back, he could have a Xavier Legette type final year statistically, in my opinion. Just because the progress, it's been slow, but he's getting there. And the guy works hard. It's us thinking, 3 players that have gotten better this year that I would definitely want back. He's one of them. And he is an overall good football player too, because he's contributed on special teams, he's caused fumbles.
Yeah, I think special teams wise, people think, he does a kick return, but a gunner, he's been awesome.
Yeah,
that's what Xavier Legette was really good at too, and that's what gets you into the NFL. It can add on. He's been really good at gunner.
So was Deebo Samuel.
Yeah,
Deebo Samuel's last game here, he was the gunner, and he scored a touchdown doing it. But I look at it and I'm like, good all around football players. So Nick, and then these other 2 guys I'll mention. Justin Okoronkwo.
Yeah.
I think he just gets better and better and better every single game. And I still love Fred Johnson. I think Fred Johnson's potentially special. Don't get it twisted. Fred has flash plays every single game. He'll get more consistent. But Justin, to me, has turned it on. And he's kind of passed 2 people as the team's best linebacker, 2 pretty good players. Sean Murphy was playing really well and had some moments against A&M, obviously missed the tackle on the Marcel Reed thing. But to me, Justin, with his upside, his feet, his build, and he plays very, very physical and has some good instincts, That would be my second one. What do you think there?
So whenever you mentioned 3 players alongside Harvard, that was the first name I thought of too. And
yeah.
You saw it in the Virginia Tech game early in the season. Like he made a couple of really nice plays in that game, and maybe was a little quiet through the early part of the season, but really, as you mentioned, has turned it on. And I mean, that's the room where, when you think into next year, and you never say never in anything, but with those guys all being able to come back, like that's a room you feel pretty good about with his potential next year, because Fred can come back, Justin Okoronkwo, you see what he can do, can come back, Sean Murphy's coming back, and then you got all those other guys in there. I mean, Jerron Willis is still in there and has played some. But then you got those freshmen. Like that room seems like it's in a pretty good spot for the future. And Okoronkwo, just like you saw the flashes of it a little bit in his time at Alabama, but it just seems like every game and every rep he gets, it's better and better. Those guys can get east to west, and they're quick.
I mean, for kids that played European club ball, there's going to be a learning curve. But man, yeah, I think Nick Saban, when he initially evaluated him and said, we're going to take this guy, I think that was smart. He has what Saban calls the critical factors. And they're obvious. I mean, there was going to be a learning curve, but he's a quick learner. My understanding is he's a really good student and really smart too. I mean, you have to be to learn English and different languages and stuff like that. And then the final one's Vakari Swain. It's pretty obvious, but I think Swain, and the Queen of the Cocks going to be happy to hear me say this, I think he's taken a next step, not only with his punt return ability, which this program has needed a star punt returner for a while, but also at corner, man. I don't know. I mean, at the beginning of the year, I'd have said Cissay's playing best at corner, and Cissay still is. But I don't know of a better corner on the roster right now as far as consistency goes. And this is not just the interceptions, than Vakari Swain.
That's kind of the word I'd use for him too, is just consistency. Like and that was something that I think you wanted to see him take a step in this year. You saw the flashes of it last year and for his time at Carolina, but now you've seen it be consistent down in and down out. And then that just goes along with what he can do on special teams. But yeah, cornerback like Cissay, I saw he got a first-round draft projection on ESPN earlier, and he's been graded pretty high by PFF and all that. So we'll see what his future looks like. But that's another room that they got some guys coming back. But Swain, you can see he's just really, you saw it in high school too. Like guys that can do it on both sides of the ball. A lot of that times that translate because you got to be fluid and things like that. But he's had to cover some of the best and made some really nice plays in that Texas A&M game. And then now teams are just really not punting to him all that much after what he did early in the season. But that in itself is a threat because teams have to kind of avoid you in special teams.
Yeah, it does. It does make a difference. But those were the 3 that came down. And there's others too, obviously, you want to come back. But those are guys that kind of identified as guys that got better this year, that raised their stock, in my opinion, that are very key to next season.
I throw Matt Fuller in there. I think he was one that I thought of. There was another one I just thought of, and I was kind of escaping me. But Matt Fuller, Jordan Howell with what he showed on his 3 carries early in the game, I'm not sure what happened there, but that he should probably get some more carries because he was pretty good in that 2-back set with Fuller.
Yeah, what did you think of Howell? I mean, he played. I mean, his snap count was up, but
yeah, I probably just would have given him the ball a little more because 3 carries for 30 yards, and kind of when he was not getting the ball in those snaps early on and came back, I think he had like a 10-yard reception on the screen pass. We've talked about it a lot. You saw that last year. He can be pretty electric with the ball in his hands. He's quick, and he's got really good bursts and things like that. It's kind of been a curious case to see why he hasn't played more this year. And I wonder now with seeing him after the bye week if he's going to be more in the game plan, just because it seems like he and Fuller are guys with some of the struggles they've had in the run game. Those guys are finding ways to pick up anything positive yards, and I think Fuller has shown that. And Howell is the guy that he can do that, but he's also got the speed, kind of like Fuller, to break away and make a big run.
And Howell's Jawarn's big. I mean, he's 220 and fast, and he always has been. I thought last year if something happened to Rocket Sanders, obviously Attaway's getting the start, but Howell would have probably gotten. I mean, he was getting carries, and then all of a sudden he's buried on the depth chart. I don't know, folks. I just don't know. So, I like that. Somebody mentioned Pup Sellers. Yeah, I think Jaden's definitely not only, what's great about Sellers, and I want you to talk about him for a second. Just give me your opinion on him. We're not talking Lenoris, we're talking his brother. That dude is productive because he's a great football player. Like it doesn't phase him to go out there and make plays like he's used to being in the game making plays. I don't know how he practices. I don't know what he tests at. I don't know how much he weighs. I don't know how fast he is in a straight line, but he makes plays. I would imagine had Donovan Murph gotten more opportunities to catch the ball this year, he would look the same. But Pup's out there doing it and producing. You know, your thoughts on I think during South Florence's playoff run last year, we all kind of figured this guy's a great football player, but you know, sometimes you need a year to get to where you can go produce in college. Not him. He's out there every time he's in the game. You know, he produces and gets yards.
Yeah, he's, you know, the more snaps he's gotten better and better this year. And I think the more he gets bigger, stronger, all that type of stuff, he's only going to get better because he's just a guy that seems to go out there and make plays. And when you watch him run, he has really good vision and understands, like, because he catches those kind of screen passes, he can see the holes where they're opening up. But also, like, you know, he's gone out there and made some plays where he's going to take hit, where he knows he's going to take hits. And sometimes as a freshman, that can be hard to do. But you know, he may not quite have the athleticism that Brian Rowe has. Not many people do, but I mean, he can go out. I mean, he just, you know, it seems like he's a really solid route runner, and Lenoris obviously has that chemistry with him already. But I mean, he's a guy that you can see that they have a lot of trust in him because his playing time continues to rise, and the more he gets experience to go along with some of the things he already has, just naturally with the route running, the vision, and things like that, making plays after the catch. Like, I think there's a lot of different ways you can use him. They've lined him up in the backfield, and you can see some things that they can do with that in the future too. Like, he's a guy that, you know, I think, you know, got overshadowed a little bit in the recruiting process just from all these other receivers that were maybe higher ranked. But I mean, he's been one of the more productive ones out of that group. And I mean, Murph still has all the potential in the world too. As a playmaker, and Brian Rowe, you've seen his athleticism. So that's another room that you do like the potential there. If everybody if you can keep everybody.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, you know, Jaden's averaging 5.2 yards per carry rushing the ball, 13 receptions right now, and it's really been really just since the Oklahoma game is when he started really playing and getting out there. But he's got a lot of potential. Of course, you know, I believe when you're talking about his brother, I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, all his stats are all in 3 games: Oklahoma, Alabama, and Texas A&M. He caught 6, he caught 3, he caught 4. He's producing consistently, and then he had 4 carries for 21 yards against the Aggies. You know, when you talk about Lenoris going pro or not, that's one thing. But you talk about Pup. If for some reason Lenoris transfers, I mean, I wouldn't imagine his brother would stick. But stranger things have happened. I mean, I just think he's a really good football player. Doc says Pup and Lenoris are on the same page, and that's been missing at times. Yeah, I think that's actually with the problems this offense has had, Alex. I think maybe having your brother out there and a guy you've thrown the ball to your whole life maybe gives you some comfort, right?
Well, you can see some of the timing and things like that. They're really on point with each other. Some of those like quick out routes and things like that. Things going to the sideline, they're on time. I think that 4th down throw he made against Alabama, like that was right on schedule and right on point. Like I think it was some of the things we've talked about with Lenoris being, you know, helping get him comfortable. Having your brother out there, I'm sure, is one thing that helps you get comfortable just because you've thrown the football to him all your life.
Yeah. We need to get that. Well, Nate Furry said in his press conference is get Lenore Sellers to talk to his receivers more and kind of lead that group and all that. So I don't know that would be a bad thing. You know, I don't know that it's a bad thing. Furry's in the box, you know, for these next 2 games, because you're just kind of depending. You know, now it's up to the players to kind of rally the troops, and specifically Lenore Sellers. I think that would help him from a leadership standpoint because he is kind of a quiet guy. You know, but getting out there, getting people on and stuff like that would be good. Bruin says Jaden had the same situation as Lenoris recruiting-wise, hurt with an ACL his junior year. Slowed his recruiting, plus he's committed, kept his rating down. Yeah, he almost got to 4 stars because of his senior year. I mean,
he was great.
Senior year, you know, kind of deal. So, Bruin says, Michael, if Lenore's goes pro, he stays. If Lenore's goes to another school, he goes. Yeah, I would imagine that would be the scenario. But if Lenore Sellers comes back to South Carolina next year, Bruin, then both of them will be back, and they can form quite a connection. So Queen of the Cock says the plays Jaden got Saturday are the plays I've been wanting Jared Brown to get. Yeah, here's what I think, Queen, and I think Brown is just probably not as good of a route runner as Jaden.
Yeah, that was kind of the thing with Jared. I mean, they talked about that publicly, was just kind of working with him to be a better overall receiver. Kind of in the preseason, they were talking about that, and because at Coastal Carolina, he was kind of that gadget type of receiver where they do some option types of things with him in the backfield. I think it's just some of those guys maybe just passed them from a production standpoint, like a Sellers or anybody in that slot. Brian Rowe in there too.
Yeah, don't forget Jordan Gidron and Lex Cyrus are still there too. Yeah. People ask about Mazio Bennett and Jared Brown and guys like that. I just think those guys have been passed. They've been passed with older guys by Harbor and Vendrevius Jacobs, who got better, and then the younger guys. So I don't know, I mean, and it looks that way whenever they've been on the field too. Brown and Bennett this year. I hate it for Mazio Bennett because he had such a promising freshman year. But who knows? I mean, with this offense and how it's been until last Saturday, who knows? He may be great. I just, it may be that he's just not enough reps or not enough passes being thrown.
Hadn't been spread around enough.
Yeah, so we'll see sort of what happens. But, I defensively, it was disappointing the other day. Looking at Coastal Carolina, they're kind of a tricky offense, multiple quarterbacks. It's an air raid, but they have a dual threat quarterback that runs. The quarterback's not that accurate. It's an interesting offense. They've been putting up a lot of points for the most part this year.
Yeah.
What do you think the key for the defense will be Saturday?
I think just put pressure on the quarterback, because when you look at that second half, like in the first half against A&M, they were getting after Marcel Reed and making him uncomfortable, which led to some of those just errant throws he was making. Second half, they just couldn't get after him enough, and I think they protected him better, and that allowed for that 4th and 12 scramble and then really momentum to get rolling. I think obviously with the Collier injury, the Coastal Carolina quarterback injury, like we'll see how that plays a part, but. Still got Tad Hudson. I think I'm blanking on the other quarterback's name right now, but
it's
from NC State.
Crowell. MJ Morris is the guy from NC State. Samari Collier. Sorry, I was way off. Samsonite. I was way off.
Samsonite.
But I think if you're the defense, you have to expect they're going to probably come out with they're playing with their hair on fire just because of that second half. And now I expect they're going to try to do everything to get after the quarterback and make them uncomfortable and force those turnovers, because Coastal can put up some points. I mean, you've seen that, but coming off that Georgia Southern loss, the defense kind of let the Coastal Carolina down there.
Yeah, defensively, Beamer mentioned earlier their defensive structure is a little different. It's an odd front, kind of like Old Dominions a couple of years ago. I'm not trying to scare anybody here, right? But boy, Georgia Southern, one guy went off 267 rushing yards. OJ Arnold. OJ is his name. The Juice. OJ Arnold. 21 carries, 267 yards, 2 touchdowns. Hey, if Jawarn Howell has this kind of stat line Saturday, I'll die. I won't. I'll die a little on the inside because that'll be another what if. He threw a pass for 73 yards and a touchdown, and had 4 catches for 53 yards and a touchdown. Georgia Southern had 653 yards of total offense, beat the Chanticleers 45-40. I don't think this is probably the worst defense they've played, including South Carolina State, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think you try to get the run game going early in this one with whoever, Howell, Fuller, whoever it's going to be. Try to get the run game going early, and I think it's going to be key for South Carolina. I mean, this is a key in every game, but get off to a good start in this one, because if you let Coastal get an early score on you, the pressure is just going to keep on mounting on South Carolina. So if you get off to a hot start and get off into a comfortable lead, I think the defense is probably going to show up after that, what they showed in that second half. Just find a way to get off to a good start, because if not, you're going to let that pressure just keep mounting, and that's when crazy things can happen.
I think Coastal's going to probably throw the kitchen sink at them. They really don't have much to lose. They've already wrapped up a bowl. I mean, they've got 6 wins. They can't win their division in the Sun Belt. James Madison, who they play at the end of the year, which that's a big game. I mean, you can knock JMU out of the playoffs, and that's a feather in your cap. So I think they have nothing to lose. They have a good OC that's an air raid guy that's adapted with inaccurate quarterbacks. And what I've read up on is a lot of their players kind of were originally recruited for the Jamie Chadwell style of offense. And this new guy, Drew Hollingshed is his name. He used to coach for Mike Leach. It's a different style, but he inherited what he got. So I think they got a good game plan, good coaches on both sides of the ball. And I think they're going to throw the kitchen sink at Carolina.
Yeah, almost like you mentioned, like a nothing to lose mentality in this game. Like you go by the betting lines, you're a 20-something point underdog. Like just throw everything at them and see. That's what you see in these types of games with mid-major to Power 5 type of whatever it is, Power 4 type of team now. Like just kind of throw everything at them and give them everything you have and see what you can do. Because if you get it, I think it's one of those where if you get it, if you're Coastal Carolina, you get it to a fourth quarter game. Like that's where the pressure starts to mount and bad things can happen if you're South Carolina.
Yeah, after digging into Coastal a little bit and what they've actually done, because it's like looking at them from afar when Carolina had Shula and they're running the Shula system, the Shula shell, the turtle, the Shula shell offense. Yeah, anybody that can score is a threat to beat you. Anybody. And you're looking at them put up these big numbers and Carolina can't. And you're like, oh, that could be tricky. After digging into like what they've actually done, this isn't a team that has any business even coming close to any of the teams in the SEC on their home field.
If South Carolina does a lot of what it did in the first half against A&M offensive with some of the spread out type of stuff, I think that can give Coastal some fits with some of the speed South Carolina can use from those with Dre Jacobs, Nick Carter. I think that can cause Coastal Carolina some issues.
Yeah, and that's most of these teams. That's the deal. They're not very big or fast. With that, I also think running the ball, if you kind of go back to the Alabama game and some of the things they were using from the Sean Elliott playbook, which they also did against A&M, odd fronts. He's got some good plans to attack those types of defenses pretty well, which is why I never understood why they didn't implement a lot of that last year for the Old Dominion game. That was Oh God. So a lot of talk about Beamer's future, and I've said this, I don't need to repeat it. I wrote it too. If you want to make a change in head coach, you got to be prepared to admit that it's just not going to get any better under him. And it's time to blow it all up and start over. And that's not saying again that everybody's definitely leaving if you get a new coach. That's never the case, but it's, what you're saying is, what they've got collectively, even with a new offensive coordinator, cannot be salvaged.
You're right.
And I've also said, though, things could always get worse the next 2 weeks. You've got 2 weeks of football left. That can change the calculus. What are your thoughts overall about that? And just kind of where things are, where they could go, both good and bad.
Yeah, I mean, these next 2 games are huge for Shane Beamer just because if you're able to go 2-0 in these next 2 games, you end up at 5-7 like that. It's not, the standard for South Carolina, but there's a little bit actually a positive, I guess, you could build on. Not that, again, that doesn't erase everything that what happened before this season, but that helps you a little bit probably from a portal standpoint just because, I think kind of no matter how the season goes, but if you're in that 4-win territory and you're going into the portal to kind of recruit the players that you'll need to fill in some of these spaces, like you're probably going to have to overpay a little bit just because of some of these other teams you're going to be recruiting against from a portal. I think you're probably going to have to overpay a little bit. So I think you got to find – I think, 2-0 would be huge for South Carolina and Shane Beamer to find a way to finish that out. But, 0-2, like that would obviously be worst-case scenario, and that's where things can get interesting. But, we'll see. I still think there's so many different scenarios in this one. But it's huge, 2 pivotal games just to find any sort of positivity to end the season.
I think, the powers that be at South Carolina, I said this, you can't lose to Coastal in football here. and expect people to just be like, "Oh, we'll be all right." That's a 5-alarm fire. That's worse than losing the Citadel because there's some history there.
Right.
At the same time, I don't think if Carolina goes and takes care of business this weekend and covers the 23.5 and wins going away, that anybody needs to shoot off fireworks and throw a parade, right? The Clemson game is a different situation. Dabo says it every year. It's a season unto itself from their perspective. I agree with that. That game means a lot to a lot of people. There's some people who just they won't beam or fired no matter what. That'll say, well, it's not even an SEC game, and what Spurrier was right. It's not important. The SEC is what's important. Well, Spurrier never said that. Spurrier said if we don't need to put them on a pedestal. It's one game at the end of the year. And he said the same thing about Florida State when he was at Florida. And he's right. The SEC is what you're chasing, and that's how you're kind of judged. That said, I know what it means to everybody. I know what it's meant to me my whole life. I know what it means to Phil being in the orange fog. I'm sure there's Clemson people in Hampton County.
Absolutely.
There are, right?
Yep.
Everybody knows what that game means. And, neither team have had a season worth 2 nickels and a jackass. I mean, they're going to a bowl, but, credit them for doing what they need to do to beat Florida State and Louisville. And I'm not downplaying that. But that game means a lot to the whole state. And it still does, and it always will. So to me, and it can also change things. You remember 2008? Were you alive in 2008? Yes, you're older than 17.
Yeah.
That's why Dabo's got the job. A lot of people thought Houston Nutt was going to be the guy there had Dabo not won it. So that game can change trajectories. It's happened before. There was in the 90s, there were 2 straight years where Clemson and Carolina fired their coach at the same time. In 93, Hatfield got fired and Sparky Woods. And then in 98, Brad Scott and Tommy West were shown the door. So that game matters. It matters. And so we'll see what happens there. But that's down the road. First things first. If it's a 5-alarm fire if you lose to Coastal this weekend, which I feel a lot better about the Gamecocks' chances. A, Mike Furry's running the offense.
Mm-hmm.
B, these guys are not very good on defense at all. I don't care what their structure is. I mean, there's no way. It'll be damning if Carolina scores less than a certain number of points that shall remain nameless until the tailgate show on Saturday. Basketball, Country Roads Take Me Home. I know John Whittle's going up there, Alex. I expressed some concern earlier that if they lost these two because of the fragility of, and I'm not going to say the fan base is fragile. I think, honestly, the fact that people are a little fired up about basketball is a tribute to the fan base for being resilient. They haven't completely checked out on other sports. That's good. That's the Gamecock way. But I'm worried if they lose both of them, man, people are just going to say the season's over. Can't compete in the SEC. And it's November. So, how important really are these games? From my perspective, I don't think it's necessarily extremely important as far as postseason because your season can go either way. I think from an enthusiasm standpoint and getting through the non-conference schedule with a relative amount of enthusiasm about the team before the SEC play gets here, it's probably important to, go play well and try to get 1 or 2.
Yeah, before the season, kind of looking at the schedule and all that, I think you thought, okay, South Carolina needs to find a way to be able to take 1 and at least 1 this term. Obviously, you want to win 2, but find a way to take 1. Like 0-2, so right now the thing is you're 88 in KenPom, and I know Matt Anderson's probably going to yell at me now for worrying about KenPom this early, but
as he should, because we still got last year on KenPom. We got 12. I listened to the late night Gamecock show and learned that.
There you go. Yeah,
right. It's one
You
more
should,
game.
should not worry about Ken Palm until we get into December. But right now, just from a metric standpoint, South Carolina's at 88 and Ken Palm. You want to start getting those metrics up, and things like getting wins against Butler, who I just did it earlier for the site. I think there's 62 right now in Ken Palm. Like that's types of things that help, and it's going to be two good teams. Butler was picked, I think, maybe next to last in the Big East, but they got some good players there. Like Michael Ajayi in the post is going to be really good. Like they're a good 3-point shooting team. Like I think South Carolina may match up pretty well there just because South Carolina defends the three very well. It doesn't really give many attempts up, and that's kind of what Butler wants to do. And the Northwesterns that's going to be a really good team too. Like they're in the 40s right now in Ken Palm, but I mean they got a guy in Nick Martinelli who's 20.5 points per game right now, and guy that was a preseason first team all conference type of guy. So I think a lot of the questions we had about that team from a pros perspective in the paint going into the season is going to be tested a little bit here, and you've seen some progress there through these games with Jordan Butler and those guys, Hayden Asimian. Like those guys are going to be tested, but you're going to need to go out there and make shots. But the good thing you have seen from South Carolina is especially these past two games where the shots from the perimeter weren't falling as at a higher rate as they were through the first two games, but they still found a way to go and put up the points that they did against Radford and Presbyterian. So, it's going to be a good challenge in both games for South Carolina. And, it's one of those where you kind of get a little bit of a barometer to see where South Carolina is right now. And 0-2, season's not over. Like it just makes it then more imperative that you finish out, find a way to get a win, try to get a win against Clemson. And then Virginia Tech's going to be a pretty good test in the SEC ACC challenge. But, I think, find a way to get at least one. You want to try to get two, and then just go from there. And I think all the metric stuff and all that will work itself out if South Carolina takes care of business.
Yeah, and a reminder to everybody with the Ken Palm thing, like I said, until you get 12 games in, this is per the Wizard of Ken Palm.
Yes.
The late night Gamecock Matt Anderson. A lot of it's based on,
last year.
To quote Mike Leach, last year. That was last year. That's what I was thinking after Shane Beamer talked about last year after the first quarter Saturday. The Mike Leach. You've seen it. Go watch it if you hadn't seen that. Don't do it at church, though. Some bad words in there. Don't do it during spaghetti supper.
Don't do it at the
Mike
spaghetti
Leach
supper.
locker
Don't
room.
fire that up at the spaghetti
Mike
supper.
Leach locker room. That's not for spaghetti supper, sir.
No.
And speaking of Matt Anderson, we may, depending on how things go tomorrow, we may do an instant reaction type of video following the Butler, or maybe even Northwestern. We will anyway because of Rooster ran, but may do that tomorrow night depending on the outcome.
I'm excited.
Yeah,
a bonus pod. Wow,
We're gonna try to do a little bit more of that as we can. It's
Dude,
hard.
It's good stuff. It really is.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard just with the home games down there, but want to try to find a way to do a little more there from a basketball standpoint.
Yeah, man. Queen of the Cox says Clemson opened as a 5.5 point favorite for the Laurel Street Super Bowl. That'll probably come down. If the Gamecocks put a big number on Coastal this weekend, it'll probably come down. All right, buddy. Thanks so much yet again. You are the man. You're a scholar and a gentleman. I know Whittle's going to West Virginia and you're not, but you'll be at the football game this weekend.
I'll be there.
And then Rooster Rant on Sunday night, and maybe a post-game basketball reaction with the Butler game tomorrow.
We'll see. Maybe.
All right, maybe. All right. Thanks, Alex. Appreciate you, buddy.
Appreciate y'all. See y'all next time.
That's Gamecock Smorgasbord with the pride of Hampton County. Tip-off tomorrow from White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia.
Sulphur Springs.
Is at 2:00. So right after – right when Phil, no, I'm sorry. We got the preview show tomorrow, so we'll be out of good air before that game tips off.
Yeah, we get the pod up before that happens.
Yeah, hopefully so. All right, so we are going to take a final break. This is the show presented by, not Milk Pod, presented by Resto Pros of the Midland. We'll be right back after these messages to wrap it up for the week on the show and Thirsty Thursday after this.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
Palm Casual Patio Furniture are proud supporters of our Gamecocks. We have been making and supplying the highest quality outdoor furniture you can find for almost 5 decades. If you use your outdoor space to watch the Gamecocks, make it the best it can be. Visit palmcasual.com or visit one of our 4 locations in South Carolina. Go Gamecocks!
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
It's football season. The Barn Dominium Company wants to help you build your dream home with your dream space to watch the games and entertain your friends and family. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. That's thebarndominiumco.com for floor plans, photo galleries, locations, and to learn more about us.
This is Larry Leitner, owner and founder of Midstate Roofing, and for nearly 30 years, we've continued to be the proven leader in the roofing and waterproofing industry. Midstate Roofing's proven history is your assurance that our professionals at Midstate Roofing will provide the proper advice, service, and results to the needs of your facility in a manner both safe and pleasing to your operation. From high-rise to hospitals, manufacturing to industrial, Midstate Roofing designs and installs bonded systems with a protective guarantee that will keep your operation dry and running long into the future. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And this is Blake Leitner, reminding you to protect that roof with a maintenance contract. Call me today at 803-356-1919 or online at midstateroofing.com. That's midstateroofing.com.
You'll speak to an on-call technician after hours or a Midstate Roofing staff member during hours at 803-356-1919 or online at midstateroofing.com. And as always, tell them Midstate Twins.
If you have a leak, let Midstate Roofing take a peek.
Watch JC and Morgan every week on the Chief Sports Network. Now back to ITG.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks, the show built, of course, by the Bondo Co. Barndo Co. That's how it is. Barndo Co. Get you a barn dominium for Christmas. That'll make the wife happy. I know it'd make my wife happy. Of course, we'd have to have some land, though, first. But we're working on all that. Who knows? Never know what the future will hold, JC. I do know one thing that your future might hold is winning. If you go out and get you a $5 Carolina Jackpot scratch-off card, you can win up to $200,000 right in time for the Christmas season. And if you don't win on the first scratch, go ahead and enter it in for the second chance drawing for a shot at $50, $75, or $100,000 to be awarded live at an upcoming women's basketball game. See SCEducationLottery.com for game odds and details.
Fantastic.
Would be.
We certainly appreciate the South Carolina Education Lottery for sponsoring. Heard you were down in my neck of the woods, Phil.
Heard you were down in my neck of the woods.
Guess you better give me one of those Carolina cards while you at it.
I know, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
Carl. Congratulations. I love that commercial. Love it.
See you tomorrow, Freddie.
See you tomorrow, Freddie.
He doesn't even say thank you. See you tomorrow, Freddie.
Dude, it's like I feel that way every day I wake up after a Gamecock loss on Monday. See you tomorrow, Freddie.
See you tomorrow, Freddie.
Hey, Carl. Congratulations. It's like he chokes up a little bit. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
the serious moment. I don't know. Anyway,
nobody's happy in that commercial this year, though, man.
So, like, I got an ain't played nobody about Butler basketball.
I got a ain't played nobody about Butler.
Yeah, ain't played nobody, dude. They have played like, look, and I'll say this: Southern Miss went to Grambling and lost right after they took the Gamecocks to the wire. Same script for them. Got behind, came back, then got behind and came back. But Butler, man, okay, so they opened with the powerhouse Southern Indiana. Beat them 88-58, right? Indianapolis University, Indiana University, Indianapolis. I guess this used to be IUP. Butler beat them 112-80. Right? They scored a lot of points, didn't play a lot of defense. Chicago State, god awful.
Yeah.
One of the worst teams ever in Chicago, and always is bad in Chicago. I mean, they are terrible. Beating them by 32. At SMU, middle of the pack ACC team, I guess, maybe this year. And they got up at halftime. SMU kind of pulled away, and then Butler rallied, and SMU's up 80-70 late by 10. Butler rallies, and then SMU hits a layup at the end. SMU was a 7.5-point favorite in the game. So maybe they're not all that bad. But, yeah, so they've at least had one test as far as not a mid-major. But I'll tell you this, Phil, North Carolina A&T, to their credit, ain't lost a game since they played Carolina.
Right.
Hey, South Carolina State, I think, is on the schedule later this year. They beat them by 23. They beat Wash Adventist by 6. That's not that impressive. Washington Adventist. And then got a big road win at Morgan State. Now they got Davidson coming up, but the Aggies have been winning. Presbyterian, not necessarily. I wouldn't exactly call it winning, Carl. But they beat Georgia State on the road. Didn't they? They sent the Blue Hose went out to the East Coast, right?
Mm-hmm.
Immediately after Columbia. Lost to Sac State by 2, and then California, who was an ACC program, had them down and lost by 10 on the road. PC's got a pretty good team. Now they play UCLA tomorrow night on the Big Ten Network. They're not too shabby. I mean, look, the big thing is Carolina's played nobody even close to Southern Methodist, to SMU. I mean, that's a team that was good, and Butler played them at their place, but the other 3 teams Butler's played, if I had to do the taste test there, I'd say Carolina's probably played tougher teams. So, anyway, we'll see sort of how it all goes. TD Noel mentioned John David Baker at East Carolina. Yeah, that's like one thing I've noticed in doing this research for the OC.
Yeah,
there are a ton of it's like the Mike Leach coaching tree has its own like variety now. I mean, it's really interesting.
Different flavors now.
Yes,
right?
you know, like you got like, you remember Dum Dums you used to get at the doctor's office, the sucker lollipops, and they'd have the root beer flavor. I like that myself. You'd have your standard cherry and blueberry and all that. I really like the butterscotch, Phil. I'll be honest with you.
I'm a big fan of the butterscotch as well as the root beer.
The root beer and I mean, those are that's kind of how that coaching tree is, because you've got all these guys that have trickled down and gone different places. Some of them work for this guy, some of them work for that guy. And John David Baker's one of those guys, you know.
Yeah.
This guy that's calling plays at Coastal, Drew Hollingshed, worked for Leach himself and has his own modification. So I don't know that we're maybe not entering an era of college football where the air raid itself becomes more of a base, and then it's the modifications off of it.
Oh, right. Mm-hmm.
I think that's interesting. And you know, and you see. I mean, the Chiefs do it in the pros, and obviously the Commanders do because they got an air raid guy. But you see it more in the pros now too. But let's not get carried away with that. Right. Let's not get carried away with that. Let's not even talk about it.
Dive headlong into that. Right.
You know, there is literally no pun intended, smorgasbord of different types of OCs that have, pretty good high octane base plans.
Yeah.
That I think you could see. Bruin says Beamer can't F this up, right, JC? I can't guarantee anything.
We can make no guarantees.
I promise nothing. Zero. All right. It's been a good week, folks.
It has been. We bounced back off that crazy game.
Got up off the mat. Inside the Gamecocks, the preview show starts tomorrow at 10 to 1. It's a 3-hour tour like Gilligan's Island. But don't forget first, lots of great quarterfinal games around the state tomorrow. I mean, it's getting serious in South Carolina high school football. Burns has to play Dutch Forks. I'm not even going to talk about that. But certainly TD Dole goes in this league. So we're fired up about all of that. Also, don't forget if basketball game that afternoon. I don't know if we can send a notification on the Chief Sports app or not, but check social media because you may get a bonus late night Gamecock show.
Yeah.
Live.
I'll let them know. I'll let them know to let me know, and then I can let y'all know.
Get my opinion. You let me know, and I'll let you know, and then we'll all let each other know. It's the Late Night Gamecock Show crew. You will also be able to find that on their podcast channel. If you're not on their podcast channel, it's on Apple, Spotify, wherever. If you're on Apple, go hit that subscribe button, rate them 5 stars. Their numbers are actually way up podcast wise. And their 8th episode from last night, I will be loading before I load this on the podcast. So, na boo boo, stick your head doo doo. ITG, late night gets first dibs. I'll be back with coffee in the morning. Going to go through the matchups. I'll tell you they all favor Carolina in this one. But
it's going to be an easy sticks back.
We'll have that for you as well. For the Mad Dog, Phil Mullinax, this is JC Sherbert. Keep on rocking in the free world, people. This has been the show. Holla.